I can't see the digital clock. All right. It doesn't show up on the preview? Oh, don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Oh, it's good to be back.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's a Thursday edition of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio right here on the Riptide Media Network. Let's get it going, kids. How's everybody doing this morning? Hope everybody is well, or maybe late afternoon or evening, depending on where you're listening around the country or around the world, because as Angel Martinez has been saying, we are growing leaps and bounds in different continents. It's fantastic. So much to get to, as always. So little time in this 3-hour program today from 7 a.m. until 10 a.m. every Monday through Friday. Going to recap all the Stanley Cup playoff action from last night. A great brawl at the end of the game. If you missed it, we'll have it for you between Pasternak and Tkachuk. It was outstanding, and the coaches' responses even more outstanding. I love it. Absolutely love it, despite my boys getting beat up in the third period last night. Doesn't matter. Series tied at 1. NBA, Knicks up 2-0. More ref shenanigans. We got video as well for all of this stuff. More TNT shenanigans. A Frenchie alert last night in the studio over there. Oh, my goodness. We'll play the videos for you. Have all the action. MLB rundown for you. NFL news as well. Police are investigating Patrick Beverley, the Milwaukee Bucks guard who threw the ball at that lady last week. It's amazing. We'll preview all the Stanley Cup and NBA playoff action coming up tonight. My guest today, Rick Horrow, sports business guru, 8:30 a.m. And coming up 9:30 a.m., Craig Brush, who is the Florida Everblades. Not only is he the president of the Florida Everblades, he is also Florida Ever president and Hertz Arena CEO as well. So we'll talk to Craig Brush. Outstanding man from Cornell University. It's just weird to begin. He's from Cornell, our CEO here at Naples Wealth Planning. Rick Calhoun is from Cornell. And Brian did not go to Cornell, Brian Bruno, but he went to Central Connecticut State. Awesome school as well. Brian was a great tennis player back in the day. Good football player, too. Rick was a tremendous football player at Cornell. And but interesting. And then I wore red today. I didn't wear it because of Cornell. I just happened to have a red shirt on. And I remember interviewing Craig Brush last year, or the last couple of years, usually at the end of the season or about during the middle of the playoffs. And he's a big Cornell guy. He was on, Angel, the only college hockey team to ever go undefeated in 1970. I think they were like 28 or 29-0 or 30-0, something like that. I have to look it up. But the Cornell Big Red, only hockey team in NCAA history to go undefeated. I bring that up to him every year. But well known. Anyway, the number to call here 727-858-6650. Call or text. You can also watch the show right here on Twitter X at pshep326, on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages. Also on Rumble, LinkedIn, and Spotify, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Well, last night, the Florida Panthers evened up their series with the Bruins last night. And really, the story of the game, I'm going to play the highlights first, and then I will play the video of the fight between David Pastrnak and Matthew Tkachuk after the Panthers went up 6-1. Probably a lot of you went to bed probably at 5-1. This was a real close hockey game until the end of the the third period. It really was. The Bruins actually had a 1-0 lead, which we'll play. I'm going to get to the highlights right out of the game because I want you to see the fight that happened, and I want you to hear the coaches' responses. Both of them absolutely awesome and refreshing, and I cannot wait for Game 3 tomorrow night. But the Bruins got things going early on in the first period.
One hands it up the boards. Taken back though by Zacha. Chips it left. Marchand through traffic. Zacha tips it. Score! Coyle! What a terrific
1-0 Bruins. Little tic-tac-toe, but it all starts with the turnover from the Florida Panthers.
Brad Marchand made one of the best plays. It's probably going to make SportsCenter's top 10 highlights tonight on ESPN. An unbelievable move on the steal, putting the diving player for the Panthers. He put the puck underneath them and then passed it out on a backhand out in front. It was probably the best assist I've seen all year. Absolutely unbelievable. And Charlie Coyle with the goal. The Bruins are up 1-0 there. Meanwhile, also, and to start went into the first period, ended the first period, Bruins 1, Florida Panthers nothing. We head to the second period in this one.
Coming up on 2 minutes gone by in the second period. Swayman plays it. Wotherspoon chops it. Montour throws it towards the net. Score! Was it Lawrence in front that tipped that wrister? The Panthers have this tied at 1.
It was Lawrence in front, and it was a great tip, and Swayman had absolutely no chance. It was absolutely fantastic. Charlie Coyle had a bad game last night. It was not good for Charlie Coyle last night. Had trouble clearing the puck, didn't get people away from the net, and this goal right here, or that goal was, it happened. Charlie Coyle had lost Charlie McAvoy had lost his stick. Meanwhile, also, right at the end, also in the second period, the Panthers take the lead for good.
Hands one off to Barkov. Room for Forsman. Drive. Blocker save made by Swayman. That shot got through, and Swayman was ready for it. Barkov escaped. Seam pass. Shot. Reinhart. Save. The rebound. Score! Barkov. The Panthers lead.
Thanks to ESPN with a call. That's 2-1, Florida right there. And then right at the end of the second period, where the heck is it? That was, where is it? Oh, maybe they don't have it here. I thought they had it. Oh, I guess they don't. Anyway, they scored with 0.2 seconds to go at the end of the period. And the Florida Panthers in the third period started to pour it on.
Pastrnak the other way. 8:15 to go in the third period. Big hits in the corner. Nikola got tied up with Coyle and ended up flat on the ice. Barkov moves in shorthanded. Barkov right in front. Score! A shorthanded goal.
In front of Marchand. Good goal there from Montour.
Yeah, that was shorthanded goal, Montour. And the Florida Panthers go on to win 6-1. But right after that goal happened, it was a great battle between Pastrnak and Tkachuk. Tkachuk got a little cheap shottish while Pastrnak was on the ice. But it's only going to add fuel to the fire. I mean, it was old school stuff right here. So here's how it went down right after that goal, right after Florida went up 6-1. Here's Pastrnak and Tkachuk going at it, courtesy ESPN video. Okay.
Pasternak's fighting. Kachuk. Right off the bench.
And Pasternak still wants that Kachuk even after the officials have gotten in between.
He's not happy because Kachuk took an extra shot while Pasternak was on the ice.
Short-handed. Barkov out in front. Score! A short-handed goal tipped in by Montour. And the Panthers pouring it on, and now after the goal scored, Montour squares off with Marchand. And here we go again.
Yeah, right away after Stenlund scored that, he turned around, he celebrated right in front of Marchand's face. He didn't like that. Pasternak's behind the net right now as well with Reinhart. It's Stenlund who creates this whole chaos, though. He celebrates right in Marchand's face. Had a few words. Marchand obviously responds to that.
That was great. I mean, it was a physical game. Marchand in the first period absolutely blitzed Kachuk, whacked him in a clean hit into the corner. Went flying. It was beautiful. Old school hockey. Great stuff. Clean. And mouthpiece came flying out. It was absolutely fantastic. After the game, the Bruins, Dave Pasternak, his thoughts on the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to get into it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not very experienced. Wait, what the heck is going on? So down, with me. I wish I, approached it a little better. But how I said, I haven't been in many of those.
Well, something go wrong, Angel?
No, I thought you wanted a video portion. You started playing the video or the audio.
Okay.
Since I started playing the video.
Oh, let's play the video. It's because the video is better and even longer. So let's play the video.
All right, give me a second. Let me cue it back up again.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all right. This is what we do around here.
David Pasternak.
I mean, you are in the game. It's a lot of emotions, and I'm not afraid of him. To be honest, I can take a punch, and I do anything for these guys here.
David, you said you haven't done much of that. Have you ever done any of it?
I think I have 1 or 2 scrubs with Mr. Girardi.
Okay, all right.
But not of ice. I don't think I ever fought outside of hockey.
When you say you have to have a quick memory, do you expect this to carry over at all in the game 3, or is it a clean slate?
No, I mean it's a clean slate for sure. We have areas to get better. It was nowhere near our game. We got so much better, and we know it. And we definitely have to stick together tomorrow and get better and get ready for game 3. And we will be.
Yeah, also, Swayman got pulled out to the fourth goal. So it wasn't Swayman's fault at all. All the goals. Charlie McAvoy had a horrendous night, I thought. One of the worst playoff games I've seen him play yet. And it just, look, the series is going to go, I think the series is going to go 7. I said it from the beginning. It is what it is. What happened at the end of that game last night was magic. It brought me back to the 70s and 80s. I mean, that kind of stuff. It can spark a team. I know Kachuk, a little cheap shot with Pasta on the ice. I get all that stuff. Pasta, that's why Pasta got up and I thought he was going to kill him. And if the refs weren't there, that would have been really interesting to see what would have happened. But anyway, after the game, I love what the coaches said. Here's Jim Montgomery of the Bruins. He's first.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any spillover into the next game. These are 2 teams that are rivals. We played each other last year, playing each other this year, and it's going to be a series. And what I'm really proud of, I'm proud of Pasta. Because there's so many guys out there pushing after the whistle when the linesmen are there. Pasta and Kachuk, they just went out there and fought. That's what you like. You like your hockey players to be competitors.
I get goosebumps, and I think it moved. Paul Maurice afterwards, just as awesome.
I think it's a good thing. You got 2 elite offensive players. Chucky's a 100-point guy all day long. Pasternak's just this brilliant player, but it's playoffs, and they each have their team. Right? They got their brothers in the room. It gets a little spicy out there, and they want to go. I think it was awesome.
I love him. That is fantastic. That's what you want to hear, baby. They need more of that. I love it. And of course, with all due respect to Jim Montgomery trying to be a little politically correct, it will carry over. You want to see good, hard, clean hits. You don't want to see any cheap shots. You want to see the hits like that Marchand had. You want to see good, old-fashioned hockey hatred brawls like that was last night, and things were building up. And you don't see the good, old-fashioned brawls like that anymore, just to get things going. But I do think tomorrow night and the next 2 nights in Boston are going to be freaking awesome. I loved it. I so loved what Paul Maurice just said there, and I so love what Jim Montgomery said. It's freaking refreshing. And every coach in the league thinks the same way. They just don't have the balls to come out and say it, but those two did. That is outstanding stuff. Despite my boys losing, that's okay. I know the series is going to go 7. They'll win a couple more games. So will Florida. They'll both lose a couple more games, and we'll see what happens. I believe from there. But that was that not refreshing, Angel, or what? By the way, Angel Martinez in the house, executive producer / host / co-host of Martinez and Defoe. Unscripted. It comes your way between 10 a.m. and noon, Monday through Friday, right here on the Riptide Media Network. Refreshing, Angel. It's still good. I got goosebumps. See?
No, it was. I enjoyed it because I like how both. Well, no, who is it from the Bruins side? When they were talking, they were kind of chirping back and forth there between the Panthers and the Bruins. And he looked back and told his coach, like, yeah, I'm going for it. He was like, all right, as soon as you guys do what you do, here comes the line change. The gloves are off as soon as they come outside the box. And, man, the melee ensued. So it's great.
It is, and considering that Paul Maurice had to change up the first line a little bit because when Leah Hextall interviewed him about halfway through the first period, he's like, look, we got guys out here with -3s and -4s the last couple of games. They got to do something, and he did, and it kind of worked. The Bruins went to the first period up 1-0. They played overall pretty well. Swayman was outstanding early on once again. It just once, even when they were down 2-1, when Barkov scored in the second period, that was okay, but then they got one with 0.2 of a second left. The Panthers did in the second period, made it 3-1. I was like, oh, this one could be tough. But we've seen so many big leads so far, 3-goal leads in the Stanley Cup playoffs disappear. Like last night, another one. If you didn't stay up for this one, and I fell asleep, I stayed up as long as I could. I fell asleep probably at the end of the first period. But what a game last night between the Vancouver Canucks and the Edmonton Oilers. Let's see. Let's pick it up from ESPN. Let's go. Here's an interesting play. In the second period, you don't see this often, Angel, but this happened last night.
Oh, midway through this second, Carson Soucy back on it, moved it along. His Ekholm is tied up back there in the corner.
His stick is literally stuck in
through the helmet of Dakota Joshua, who is not pleased about it.
And then if you're Dakota Joshua, you're thinking, this is a high stick, and it's just a follow through on the clear. Look at that. It goes right through the earpiece on his helmet. But that's why there's no penalty called there, because it is a follow through.
Can you believe that? I mean, really unbelievable that it looked freaky, like a Halloween costume almost, something out of Friday the 13th. Matthias Ekholm's stick gets stuck in Dakota Joshua's helmet. That was something. Meanwhile, in the second period, Oilers get it going twice under 50 seconds.
Back to the line. Filter toward the net. Skinner trying to locate. And on a whistle. Loose to his left with Sam Lafferty on the edge of the crease. Evander Kane picks it up. And Ian Cole tried to bring it down, and now Derek Ryan speeds in for them numbers for the Oilers. Drops it. Score! How about that?
And it goes up the ice. There's a little bit of a change from Vancouver, but they look like they have. We were talking about it earlier, how there's 9 players that are playing less ice time. Well, there's 5 that are playing more than last year's playoffs, and CC's one of them. Over 2 minutes more on average than last playoffs, and that's the trust that Knobloch has in him and other defensemen like Desharnais.
Hyman with a shot. Score! It's a 4-1 Oilers lead.
And I'm just watching Rick Tocchet here to see if he's going to look down the bench at Casey DeSmith. As Martin shoots this, I think it hits the stick ever so slightly of Myers and changes direction. But this is one that Sheloff has to have. Just a good butterfly. There you see the stick. It does hit Myers, and it goes right between the legs of Sheloff.
Thanks to ESPN. Then in the third period, JT Miller makes it a 1-goal game for Vancouver.
Here's Besser, pulls up at the half wall, tried to feed it back for Miller, who held it in. Now Susie for Besser. Besser toward the net, into the corner. Susie picks it off the wall, back to Besser, to the goal. JT Miller, and it's a 1-goal game.
Again, remember, Edmonton's up 4-1, another 3-goal lead. Now, with that goal right there, makes it 4-3. They're down 1, and it continued in the third. The Canucks, 2 goals in 39 seconds.
And now Mikheyev got to pass out. Vancouver exits, chipped along by Höglander. Here's Bluger. Bluger pulls up, back to the line. Zadorov!
Puts it right in the middle of the D zone. It ends up getting chipped through the neutral zone. A good little cutback. You can see by Bluger just waits for Zadorov to cross the blue line, make sure it stays on side, and puts a perfect pass for him to tee it up. And Skinner just doesn't catch it off his stick. There's not much traffic from Vancouver in front, but you can see, and there it tips off Corey Perry.
How about the third goal of the playoffs for Nikita Zadorov, and 2 goals in 4 minutes for Vancouver to tie. 4-4 in game 1 in this all-Western Canada showdown. Joshua for Garland, speeding in, pumps, scores!
And here's the pass, Zadorov, again, just a stretch pass right out to Dakota Joshua. It's a set play. Look at the speed of Garland. Nurse is caught flat-footed because he's guarding Joshua.
Unbelievable come from behind win by Vancouver. Now that's the 5th straight time this year they have beaten Edmonton. Very similar to what the Bruins had done to the Florida Panthers. Had won 5 in a row this year before that loss last night. But man, another 3-goal lead down the toilet. The Canucks stunned the Oilers. 2 goals. Really, they had 3 goals in the last 4 minutes, but 2 in 39 seconds. Absolutely unbelievable. So Vancouver is ahead in that series. Now 1-0. The Bruins and the Panthers are tied at 1. Tonight, New York Rangers, Carolina. That's 7 o'clock on TNT. The Rangers lead 2-0. And Colorado's at Dallas tonight, 9:30 on TNT. Colorado leads there 1-0. Now, Angel, you might appreciate this, or you might not. This might make you more angry. But remember when the Knicks fans took over the Wells Fargo Center, we talked about twice last week. Well, guess where they're headed now? Not necessarily Knicks. Well, I'm sure they're Knicks fans too, but they're Ranger fans. They are apparently going to invade Raleigh in Carolina.
Oh, boy.
The Hurricanes, Tom Dundon, the owner, he isn't purchasing tickets, but they're geographically restricting ticket sales to residents of North Carolina, South Carolina, and parts of Virginia in an effort to make sure PNC Arena is clad in red. The Hurricanes and other teams, including the Rangers, have used similar measures, but Carolina has a unique problem on its hand. And this is what happens. And then in a similar way, there's some transplanted New Yorkers, obviously, in Philadelphia, which is, an hour, 90 minutes away. But there are so many transplanted New Yorkers in the area that geo-blocking is at best a half measure. So Ryan Somerville, a native Long Islander who moved to Charlotte back in 2019, told the New York Post yesterday, "I will go out on a limb for anybody with a New York area code or a billing address who's looking to buy away tickets in Raleigh in the PNC Arena." According to Julia Young of Vivid Seats, 24% of the seats at PNC Arena are projected to be filled by Ranger fans for Game 3. Though no one had taken him up on the offer for a series Wednesday, Somerville successfully procured tickets for people for past Rangers Hurricanes games. But
He said, people don't travel. Don't underestimate the cost of Spirit or Frontier budget airline. People will go down to Raleigh because it's so cheap. And I think that was the initial draw for a lot of New Yorkers to move to the Carolinas. But the fandom follows. So you're looking at, by the way, to get into the game in New York, the bare minimum was $322, with most tickets listed at $400. As of yesterday, the lowest ticket price on Vivid Seats in Game 3 was $127. Much more affordable.
Sure is.
But home team has won each of the first 6 games, in that series. And it is going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of Ranger fans there tonight. I expected it. I mean, it's exactly for those reasons. It's cheap. It's cheap to get there. And there's already a bunch of transplanted New Yorkers that are already down there. It happens. It happens. And Carolina, again, used to be the Hartford Whalers. Still there's a lot of transplanted New Englanders down there as well that probably root for them, because that used to be their squad up in Hartford back in the day. So I'm not shocked. I am not shocked at all. Meanwhile, to the NBA last night, it's happening again. I have the video. I'll tell you. Let me say first off is that the MVP last night, once again, Nikola Jokic for the Denver Nuggets wins his 3rd MVP. Not 3rd straight, but 3rd in 4 years. Let's get to the highlights. The Knicks hang on. They're banged up again, but they hung on to beat Indiana 130-121, but it wasn't without its controversy. Once again, let's see. Where should I pick it up? Let's pick it up in the second quarter. The old Siakam Euro step, Angel.
Rebound. Andrew Nembhard is soon to be checking in this game. I think Carlisle was kind of waiting for Brunson.
Look at that. Siakam, athletic mover. And the Pacers are taking advantage. They lead it by 6. Quarter 2 in game 2.
They're up 49-43. Later on, Miles Turner continued.
Come back quickly. Halliburton to Turner.
A highlight here in the second quarter.
Now that can get you going right there. This is too easy here for Miles Turner, who's on the scoring.
Miles Turner put them up 59-54 right there. Then Jalen Brunson with the and one highlight. He got banged up in this one a little bit, went to the locker room, came back and finished, but he's got a bruised foot.
Pressure on it. Brunson really having to work here.
Brunson off the glass, scores. Wow, and one. Brunson just took all that contact. Mean mugging.
He's having words with McConnell here. There's a little shove right there. Takes the contact, and it was Jackson who came over late to try to block the shot with the contact, who picked up the foul. And I think McConnell knows.
Well, thanks to TNT with a call. And Angel, if we could scroll down, it's right under my poll, which I'll get to in a second. The inadvertent, quote, not inadvertent whistle. Again, controversy with the Knicks leading 124-118 with 1:19 to go. Here's what happened. Once again, the officials bleeped this up big time. It's just awful, and it's Mark Davis again, the official, who was the controversial official the other night in the Denver game. Now he brings his talents over to Madison Square Garden.
So this is the inadvertent one?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
It is, courtesy of TNT.
Giving Brunson some trouble. Knicks lead by.
And we got a whistle and a double dribble.
Double dribble.
And it's going to be a Knicks turnover. Josh Timmons came in for the call. Now he and J.B. DeRosa come together. Let's see. Where?
I don't see it.
The other hand tucks the ball.
God.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Mark Davis comes in to have his say.
Can they take a look at it?
They
took it away.
Yeah. But now what do you have on the clock?
Rick Carlisle is incensed.
Well, how is it inadvertent? I heard it.
Yeah, it wasn't inadvertent.
I
I heard the whistle and the call.
That sounds
and the
better
signal.
than I blew the call.
Right. And the signal. He signaled double dribble. But it does look like he didn't double dribble.
Knicks don't have much.
I wish my Powerade, which is red, was sriracha, which is sort of reddish orange, because it's one of those sriracha moments. I like to just squirt it all over into my face. Again, the officials, inadvertent. Everybody in the arena, as loud as it was, heard that whistle. It just and not to mention, there was not even close to a double dribble. I'd be the first one. They don't call enough double dribbles, but that wasn't one of them right there. Absolutely unbelievable. Rick Carlisle ends up getting ejected when they a little bit later on at 127 to 118. In fact, they said no. This is how it happened. I'll get the audio here.
And yet, they're the ones that make all the energy and effort plays in the fourth quarter.
And Carlisle ejected. Yeah, he just got thrown out. Rick Carlisle. This is what got Rick Carlisle tossed out, clapping in the face of Mark Davis. And then that second team.
And post-game, Rick Carlisle talked about it.
I'm always talking to our guys about not making it about the officials. But, you know, we deserve a fair shot, you know, and it's just not there's not a consistent balance, and that's disappointing. So, give New York credit for the physicality that they're playing with. But, you know, their physicality is rewarded and ours is penalized, just, you know, time after time. And so, you know, I'm just really disappointed. The two technicals, you know, you gotta make a stand for your guys. You know, you gotta stand up for what's right and what's not right. And that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel his pain. You may think he's whining a little bit. I understand where he's coming from. It's again, officiating ends up being talked about late in key moments of a game where the Pacers were down by 6. And he's right about the hit in the back. Maybe it wasn't quite 54 years ago, Willis Reed for the Knicks, but it was pretty cool when Jalen Brunson came back onto the floor after his injured leg, and they ended up scoring 24 of his 29 points in the final in the second half. So the Knicks were on top 2-0. I don't know. Anunoby had a career high playoff 28 for them. You just hate to see all the officials getting the attention in key moments of NBA games. Although there's a lot of drama in this anyway. First of all, Reggie Miller calling the game on TNT. That was hysterical. There were F-bombs flying. There was a chant of F you, Reggie, going throughout much of the game. And we're going to have Reggie's pregame stuff on NBA on TNT coming up after the break. It is priceless. Also, in the studio show last night, if you are a fan of Frenchie's, French Bulldog, you want to see this. It was hysterical when Charles gave his guarantee last night. Of course, he was wrong because he picked the Pacers, but we'll get to all that. The number to text or call, 727-858-6650. It's the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today, I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It's the Pete Sheppard Show here. May 9th, it's Thursday, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. Hope your Thursday is off to a wonderful start. Still very muggy here in Southwest Florida, Angel. I'm sure it's a little muggy up your way, too. A couple hours north in Tampa. Unbelievable. I love it when our good friend Luby checks in. And with all due respect, Luby, I don't take anything you say about any Boston team seriously. Other stuff I'll give you some credit for, buddy. But since you cannot be objective at all, see, I can be objective with my Boston teams. If they suck, they suck. I mean, Florida outplayed them last night at all. You just say they suck, they suck, they suck no matter what happens because you can't see past pulling the feet that you constantly stick in your mouth every time you talk about it. So what you say really is about my Boston teams is irrelevant. Stick to what you know. Stay in your lane, as we say, okay? Because when you say stuff like, I love it, stuff like this on my Twitter page, maybe he got his ass handed to him. The Boston Bullies tried, big capital letters, just that and got punched in the mouth. It was glorious. Okay, that's fine. The whole thing, yeah, he did he got punched in the mouth. He also got sucker punched at the end, and he got up, and he got a couple of shots in before it was all said and done. No big deal. Happens a lot in hockey. Not lately, but it does. It's fantastic. It's good for the game. And then he goes on to say, Angel, he picked up the ball. He was clearly carrying the ball. No, he wasn't. What are you watching?
I mean, I'm not even going to have that discussion. That's absolutely ridiculous. And your part about then it magically wasn't a double dribble. Okay. Yeah, well, that's the refs being the refs. It's been terrible. You want to say that they've been handed, the Knicks have been handed games. Yeah, partially they have. I'll give you more game one. But also, it's not like the Indiana Pacers haven't had their opportunities to close out games also. They came back from 11 points in about 30 seconds last night early in the second half. But then they still had a lead. There were times in this game where they could have put the Knicks away. They didn't do it. But yes, the officials, I'll give you props for that. But do me a favor, Luby. Don't talk about Boston teams because you cannot be objective about it at all. Nothing. I can be. I have been. I've said from the get-go the Red Sox are going to finish in last place. I know the Patriots are going to win probably 5 or 6 games this year, unless maybe. See, I can be objective about it. The Celtics are going to go to the NBA Finals, whether you like it or not. Your freaking Miami Heat are in big trouble, and I can't wait to see what happens with Jimmy Butler when he goes bye-bye, because Pat Riley seems like he's clearly going to trade him. So as they say, stay in your lane, buddy, because for a lot of it, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Wait a minute. I'm going to tell you how you should feel.
I'm going to tell you how you should feel. Exactly. Exactly. The Boston Billies. It's like sophomoric. The Boston Billies tried, just that got punched in the mouth. Shut up. Shut the hell up, buddy. Please. God,
hey, Gaston guy's going up there.
Huh? Gaston guy says, good morning, fellas. Just getting to tune in. How about the Bruins to Florida hockey game last night? That was an old school game. Yeah, it was old school. It was a good game until right up until when it went 4-1, I knew it was over. It was still a good game. You're still even 2 goals down. You've seen the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Is that, Pete, the most penalty minutes in a game? 87 minutes.
Oh, that's nothing. 87 is nothing.
Really?
There was a game this year between Carolina and the Rangers that went 170 minutes, I think. Remember, there was a big brawl this year that happened. I've seen the Bruins and Minnesota North Stars back in the early 80s. They had well over 150 minutes one night as well. 87 is a lot, don't get me wrong. But you had a lot of it during that scrum. The last few minutes with the scrum, you're getting, roughing. So, although they did call a penalty last night, who was it on? It was on the Bruins for... It was a cruddy call for quote unquote ripping the helmet off. I'd never heard of that. Now you want to call roughing, and I think it was because I forget who it was that went to the penalty. Was it DeBrusque? And at the end, the player, it might have been Kachuk, took his own helmet off at the end, and the refs called taking the helmet off. I'd never heard of that. You want to call roughing, high sticking. It wasn't high sticking. You want to call roughing, I guess, maybe. But anywho. So the Knicks, well, look, when it's all said and done, they're up 2-0. Series, as they say in the NBA, usually is not over or does not begin until the home team loses. Well, the Knicks are up 2-0. They're on the road in Indiana coming up, and it will be very interesting to see what happens. Brunson, got bagged up last night, came out of the locker room in the second half, did a great job, but he's hobbling. So it's going to see eventually if some of this stuff catches up with them. Some of these injuries catch up with them. Like the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. They're not expected to have, once again, Jared Allen, their center, not expected to play. So the Celtics should win this one. They should win it comfortably again, somewhere 15, 20 points. It should not be an issue tonight at home. They should beat this team up, the Cleveland Cavaliers, pretty soundly. They should. And I know my buddy Glenn Orway yesterday was talking about winning 5. I said 5 as well. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe there's one game in Cleveland coming up that they just shoot the lights out and somehow find a way to win.
By the way, that's 2 guests, and don't get me wrong. Every guest that's on here on the Pete Sheppard Show, it's a lot of fun. But Glenn Ordway, maybe because it's like after the Hall of Fame inductee and beforehand. But that was a fun conversation yesterday. Even with Meter was good, and I know his computer was kind of glitching out here and there. But that was fun conversations yesterday.
Oh, it's great. I mean, and that's why I have people on, because they're not afraid to tell it like it is. It doesn't matter. I mean, a lot of my friends that I guess that come on have some New England ties, but they're very objective. They're not going to BS you, and also not going to do fake contrarianism either. Like a lot. There was somebody in Boston said, My good friend Tony Maserati, who's got a great show with Michael Felger in the afternoons up at 98.5 The Sports Hub. I watched a clip yesterday online. This is the stuff that I sit there and I'm like, really, Tony? Because he's such a great guy, and he's one of the best baseball people I know, and he's a good sports guy too. Went on about a 45-second tirade about the Celtics getting to the NBA Finals is too easy, and shouldn't we enjoy the journey more by having a whole bunch more close games? I felt like saying, Tony, after everything before the Red Sox won, and before the Patriots in 01, and before the Red Sox in 04, there were always a lot of close games, lots and lots of close games that our teams lost a lot. And now because they're so dominant, one team is so dominant, so far, and there's a long way to go. No one's going to hand the Celtics anything, not even an Eastern Conference title, even though they should win it. Now you're saying that you want it's not the same because some of the games are more difficult? Maybe because they're just that much better, which they are, than most of these teams. But to see that kind of mentality that comes out, and not just Boston, but certain sports talk show hosts, that it really, and with all due respect to my friend Tony, who I love to death, but I don't understand that. And if you're saying it on purpose to invoke reaction, I guess I just don't like. I can't honestly believe that he really does believe that. And I'm telling you, Tony, what you should be believing. But you can't possibly say that after some of these. So he must be enjoying that. I mean, would you rather have the Bruins sweep the Florida Panthers or win every game or lose every game, or be down 2 or 3 goals and come back in every game and win Game 7 in triple overtime? Is that what you want? Is that what some people want? I just take for every game what it is. I've seen the ups, I've seen the downs, I've seen the comebacks, I've seen the blown leads, I've seen ball go through people's legs, I've seen game-winning home runs in extra innings, I've seen too many men on the ice, I've seen overtimes, I've seen Super Bowl champions, I've seen it all. So I don't care how my team gets there anymore. Just get there, because I've been through the trials and tribulations, the ups and downs of all of my 4 teams in my lifetime. And thank goodness over the last 20 years, anyway, 23 years, the good far outweighs the bad.
I would say so. You guys celebrate more than we do.
Well, and you've had some ups and downs too. No question about it. Jerry says in Rhode Island, Pete, that was a professional tease yesterday when you were talking about Broadway at the end of the show and something about him, more from him. Talking about, I don't know what that means. Am I missing something?
I'm trying to think that I'm thinking about the Ordway conversation. Is
that a voice text where Ordway should be substituted for Broadway?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know, Jerry. I think it sounds like I really don't know. All right, Angel. Meanwhile, can we scroll down again? Let's see. 2 things. One, I have a poll out there as well. You can follow me at pshep326. My poll out there this morning. What sport over the last 5 years has the worst officiating? NBA, NFL, MLB. And I put officiating in parentheses, in quotations, so obviously umpiring. So NBA, NFL, MLB, and college basketball. 135 votes so far. 58.5% NBA. 27.4% NFL, MLB 14.1%. College basketball, amazingly, 0. I thought 0. I thought that might be second. Meanwhile, and as I'm watching the other play again, it clearly was not a double dribble. If we scroll down, Angel, to some of the stuff NBA on TNT, one of the things. Let's scroll down to the Reggie Miller part, where I've owned the city. This is Reggie Miller before the game last night on NBA on TNT about coming back to Madison Square Garden after all the. He and Spike Lee also had a moment. It was pretty cool. Signed autograph pictures. But this is some cool stuff last night on NBA on TNT before Reggie Miller. And they put him back onto this broadcast just to increase the ratings and hear all the cussing that went on in this game at him. But here's Reggie talking about being back at MSG and why he's not intimidated at all.
Spike Lee showed up to game 2 with a couple of presents for Reggie Miller.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Reggie will be back in the Garden for a Knicks-Pacers playoff game for the first time since he called that series back in 2013. Reggie, so how are you feeling right now? I know you're not out there in the bowl yet. You're in the hallway, but what feelings are going through you right now?
Well, there's a buzz, obviously, around the city because of the play by the New York Knicks. And I'm a little torn, obviously. 18 years with the Pacers. There's a lot of history between these two franchises. I'm looking forward to the atmosphere. Look, I know people are like, aren't you worried about going back to New York City and calling a game? No. I've owned this city. I've owned this building. So why would I be worried about walking on out there? All right? So, no, I'm looking forward to it. These are two great up-and-coming young teams. It was a fantastic game 1. I hope game 2 is just as thrilling. So I think it's going to be fun.
Reggie, how does that moment make you feel that happened almost 30 years ago, that people in New York either love you or hate you? How does that make you feel as a player?
Well, they still hate me, but I love when a lot of New Yorkers come up to me, whether it's in the airport or just walking around the city, the first thing that comes out of their mouth, Shaq, is I hate you. I really do detest you, but I respect your game and I respect how you approached it. So I feel it's a badge of honor. It's just not me. Mark Jackson was my partner in crime. My Davis boys, Rick Smits, Derek McKee. We had some great, unbelievable games against Patrick and John, Mason, Oak. Those series were great. They were defining moments. My career probably wouldn't be where it was without some of those games and the interactions with Spike and some of the other celebrity roles. But it was fun. It was fun to be a part of. I'm looking forward to the next chapter because right now Jalen Brunson and we're hoping tonight Tyrese Halliburton can have one of those types of games so they can go back and forth with one another. But it's a new chapter in a storied rivalry, and it's fun just to be a part of. I'm glad that as a Turner employee, I got a chance to at least call one of these games. We have the Western Conference Finals this year, so most of our focus has been out west. But to be able to get one game in this building against, obviously, to me, my arch rival in the New York Knicks, I'll take it.
Yeah, really interesting stuff and a great take. And, of course, TNT did it. Not that they need the boost for the ratings, but I'm sure it helped. Now, there was chants all night long, huge F you, Reggie, F you, Reggie, F you, Reggie. Expected that. Also, there was a time where Hart came over right to him and said, in fact, I have the cut, and it's bleeped out, but you can get a feel for what it was. It was... Josh Hart comes over and clarifies the fans' chants at Reggie Miller. This is actually quite funny.
The Nova 3 went for 34. Just winners. What do you think Jay Wright is saying?
Yeah. Right? He's my boys. Josh Hart coming over and let Reggie have it.
He said, "I think they're saying F you." And I had the video too. But anyway, it was it was great drama last night. I was watching that while I was watching the Bruins, and it was good stuff. Absolutely good stuff.
Do you want to see a video?
Yeah, if you got it up, why not? Yep. Let's see the video.
The Knicks scored 39 points. The Nova went for 34. Just winners. What do you think Jay Wright is saying? Yeah. Right? He's my boys. I think they said fuck
you. But see, there's different kinds of hatred, Right. But, the Celtics 76ers, that was, you respected each other's games back in the, in the 80s and all that stuff. It got physical at times, but not like Celtics Detroit, where you really, really, I really hated Mahorn and I really hated Lambeer. hated him, McFilthy and McNasty, as they were called by the late great Johnny Most, and because there were fights, there were actual fights, and besides, really, I mean, the Dr. J, Larry Bird thing that we talked about yesterday that happened in the preseason, where Red Auerbach came out of the stands. I mean, Celtics and Sixers hated each other, but there might have been some pushing and shoving back in the day and some hard fouls, but there wasn't a lot of there wasn't a lot of fights that I can remember. And same thing with the Knicks in Indiana. I don't know why. It'd be one thing if it was like a Celtics Pistons when you had Mahorn and you had Lambeer. But this was simply Reggie Miller just burying threes and just shutting them up with his game. Had nothing to do with throwing a punch or being physical or anything like that. He just shut them up.
No, that was it. And I personally couldn't stand Reggie Miller more because of his game, but because of his shenanigans. But it was never like, it wasn't where he deliberately tried to get under your skin. It was just the stuff that he would do. His stare down was the worst because every time you would say something about him, he'd put up, and his stare down was like, "Shut up! I just put up. You shut up." But after basketball, like his announcing, I love it, and I'm glad he went back to New York last time because it makes it even better to me. And Hart. The way Hart approached him, it wasn't like just like you said. It didn't come from hatred or disgust or anything else like that. He just made a funny thing about it, said it, and moved on. So,
I mean, I know it was all in good fun. Jeremy Rhode Island says, Pete, that was a professional tease yesterday when you were talking about Ordway at the end of the show and something about him, more from him. No, yeah, he'll be on. Glenn can only get up so early in Phoenix. Getting up for 6:30 for him. He's an old guy.
But he,
I can't wait to go up for his inauguration, or not inauguration, but his induction into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Well deserved. We're all going to be, all of us that work with him and some ex-athletes as well are going to be there up just outside of Boston in Quincy, Massachusetts.
When's the NBA Hall of Fame? Is that in August or September?
I don't know.
I'm trying to think. They should have done it right around the same exact time. Or nearby it.
Well, it's too bad that they didn't. But anyway, it's going to be a fun time, and we're going to have a nice. It's going to be a nice celebration. No question about it. All right, we got some more highlights and some more stuff going on from the NBA on TNT a little bit later on, and then I have an MLB rundown as well. Lots going on. We'll recap the NHL once again. So coming up tonight in the NBA, by the way, Cleveland at the Celtics at 7 o'clock. That's on ESPN. The Celtics leading there 1-0. And then the Dallas Mavericks at OKC Thunder at 9:30 on ESPN. OKC leading that series 1-0. And I don't know what team looks more cooked, the Dallas Mavericks or the Denver Nuggets. You want to call them the Broncos or the Denver Nuggets. We shall see. Will they be inspired? They don't play. Those guys don't play till tomorrow. So they've had an extra day of rest, but we shall see. All right, quick break. 1 hour down on the books. Coming up at the bottom of next hour at 8:30, Rick Horrow, a sports business guru at 8:30 a.m. And then at 9:30, Craig Brush will join me, Florida Everblades president, and Hertz Arena CEO will join me as well. The Everblades trying to close out the Orlando Solar Bears tonight in 4. Get the sweep going. Pete Sheppard Show will continue after this quick break. We're live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Back here, it's hour number 2, the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Flood Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. The number is always 727-858-6650. That is the number to call. Also, check us out, mostly on the Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me at Twitter X at PShep326, at Facebook, on my page, on the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and, of course, on Sports Radio 102.9 FM. Angel Martinez in the house as well. Exec producer extraordinaire, host, co-host, and also with Depot. Martinez and Depot coming your way from 10 a.m. to noon right here, unscripted, right here on the Riptide Media Network. Nikola Jokic wins his 3rd MVP award last night, and it was funny, him reacting to Shaq, who said he didn't really deserve it, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. And he was asked, how long does he expect to play?
Do you ever, as much as you have accomplished, before the age of 30, do you ever think about how long you want to play, or, what would determine, how long you want to play basketball?
I mean, hopefully I'm going to be ready. I mean, I think that the determination is going to be if I can perform on the high level or not. I think I'm not going to take spot from some young guys or put the franchise down. As long as I can play the high level on the highest level and help the team win, I think that's going to be my. I'm going to play until then.
Thank you, Nikola.
Guys, pleasure like always.
But
You've talked.
After that, though, then on NBA and TNT, Shaquille O'Neal says SGA should have won the league MVP award.
Joker, as the president of the Big Man Alliance, you are the president of the Big Man Alliance. You know I love you, the best player in the league. I want to congratulate you, but I want you to hear from me first. I thought the SGA should have been the MVP. That's no disrespect to you, but congratulations. And what do you guys have to do to get back on track versus Minnesota?
Thank you, Shaq. We don't judge people here, so that's fine. It's your opinion. I'm joking.
Brother. Hey, all good. I love you. I love your brothers. One thing we always going to do is keep it real with each other. Congratulations. I love you.
No, for real. I think there is a lot of people a lot of players that deserve it. It's probably details and small things. But yes, we have a tough stretch. We lost 2 games at home against Minnesota. Tomorrow we're going to Minnesota to try to get back series to Denver.
Yeah, it was good stuff last night. He is a good sport. And I don't know, like I said, the Denver Nuggets, I don't know what's left in the tank with them. I really don't. I'm not sure they can recover. A lot of times, they lost 2 games at home, and they just looked out of it. And can they find it? Yes, stranger things have happened, but you got to love Minnesota's chances again tomorrow night, certainly with the extra day's rest, and then get the Jamal Murray situation going on. And, he didn't shoot the ball particularly well. He's a little bit banged up. He only got fined $100,000, didn't get suspended. So the Denver Nuggets catch a break there from the towel/heating pad throwing incident the other day. We'll see. All this great sound, by the way, most of it courtesy of Total Sports Prep. So for the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. Total Sports Prep, the staff combing through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. You can also see it up on the screen there. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep. The name says it all. Good stuff. Rick Horrow, sports business guru, coming up at the bottom of the hour. Angel, if we could, can we cue up the fight again last night between Pasternak and Tkachuk? The Panthers went on to win the game 6-1, and actually the game was a lot closer. It was only 2-1 it was 1-0 Bruins at the end of the first, and then once it became 4-1, then it was going to get out of hand. Barkov had a couple of goals and 2 assists. Reinhart added 4 assists, and Bobrovsky could have had a tea and crumpet party in the net. He only had to make 14 saves last night, so definitely Florida's game. No question about it. They earned it. But the talk of everybody is, now, 20 years ago, this would have been nothing, really. It would have been sort of, kind of casual. But you don't see a lot of good, hard-headed fights anymore, hockey fights anymore. We did see one last night at the end of the game, and I think it is absolutely going to – I think it was good for the game. I think it's good for the series. And here it is, Curtis. This is what happened. This is just how it happened last night on ESPN between Pasternak and Tkachuk right after they went up 6-1.
Pasternak's fighting Tkachuk right off the bench.
And Pasternak still wants that Tkachuk even after the officials have gotten in between.
He's not happy because Tkachuk took an extra shot while Pasternak was on the ice.
Short-handed. Barkov out in front. Score! A short-handed goal tipped in by Montour. And the Panthers pouring it on, and now after the goal scored, Montour squares off with Marchand. And here we go again.
Yeah, right away after Stenlund scored that, he turned around, he celebrated right in front of Marchand's face. He didn't like that. Pasternak's behind the net right now as well with Reinhart. It's Stenlund who creates this whole chaos, though. He celebrates right in Marchand's face. Had a few words. Marchand obviously responds to that.
Yeah, I mean, it was great stuff. And Marchand blasted Tkachuk earlier in the game in the first period. A good clean hit, sent him flying into the boards, lost his mouthpiece and everything. I mean, you got to love this. You got to love this stuff. Despite the score and 2 blowouts, 1 by each team, you got to love it. And the response by the coaches after the game as well. Let's actually, let's play the pasta video again, Angel, if we can. I think that's what you were going for. David Pastrnak after the game, his thoughts, post-game thoughts on the fight.
It's a coming, and here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, you are in the game. It's a lot of emotions, and I mean, I'm not afraid of him. To be honest, I can take a punch, and I do anything for these guys here.
David, you said you haven't done much of that. Have you ever done any of it?
I think I have 1 or 2 scrubs with Mr. Girardi.
Okay.
But not of ice. I don't think I ever fought outside of hockey.
When you say you have to have a quick memory, do you expect this to carry over at all into Game 3, or is it a clean slate?
No, I mean it's a clean slate for sure. We have areas to get better. It was nowhere near our game. We got so much better, and we know it. And we definitely have to stick together tomorrow and get better and get ready for Game 3. And we will be.
Yeah, that's great stuff from David Pastrnak. And look, I know Tkachuk on the bottom when Pastrnak was down and didn't see it on the bottom of the pile. Took a couple of cheap shots. But look, that's how it happens. Brad Marchand's done that. He's had his share of cheap shot moments too. So I mean, that kind of stuff kind of evens out. Good old-fashioned hatred. I love it. It's good stuff. After the game, I loved what all the coaches said. Jim Montgomery first.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any spillover into the next game. These are 2 teams that are rivals. We played each other last year, playing each other this year, and it's going to be a series. And what I'm really proud of, I'm proud of Pasta, because there's so many guys out there pushing after the whistle when the linesmen are there. Pasta and Tkachuk, they just went out there and fought. That's what you like. You like your hockey players to be competitors.
Absolutely. And Paul Maurice, I love him too. He's one of my favorite coaches, always has been. Just always loved his style. So lucky down here in Florida. You got 2 of the best ones with John Cooper and Paul Maurice. Cooper's had maybe a little more success. But Paul Maurice, gotta love him. I love this.
I think it's a good thing. You got 2 elite offensive players. I mean, Chucky's a 100-point guy all day long. Pasternak's just this brilliant player, but it's playoffs, and they each have their team. Right? They got their brothers in the room. It gets a little spicy out there, and they want to go. I think it was awesome.
That is so refreshing to hear. Yep, and man, that's great stuff. And I hope the physicality keeps going. Not necessarily. I don't want to see any cheap shots, but if you're fighting, at the spur of the moment, or you're fighting to get some energy going, I understand that. I just I'm more impressed, or I will be more impressed with the physicality, the hit that Marchand had on Tkachuk, and a couple other ones that Tkachuk had on a couple of the Bruins players, and all of that stuff. I think Swayman will absolutely be back in net tomorrow night for the Bruins. It wasn't his fault last night that Florida won, not at all. Charlie McAvoy had a pathetic game last night for him. He'd probably be the first one to tell you. It was awful. Turning the puck over in the zone, lost his stick, not shoving people out of the way. It was crazy. The kind of game was awful last night. So he has to get better. Yeah.
I do believe we may have Gas Pump Guy here on line 1.
Oh, okay. Yes, Pump Guy. Good morning. What's up?
Good morning, P. Finally got a chance to call in. I've been working with Angel trying to get a chance, and we've just been missing each other.
Well, that's great. Glad you checked in. How's it going?
It's going good, man. I'm glad to hear you on another station, keeping it going, keeping it moving. I like it.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I want to let you guys know you guys are the great. I'll follow you anywhere you go. I always like your comments and your insight on stuff, and I like how you're not biased like most of these talking heads around here that just go for one team and that's all they care about.
Yeah, well, look, I appreciate the kind words. I need your mailing address so I can send you a check for all the kind words you said.
I could always use it.
Me too, but I hear no. Thanks so much. So anything else? Anything else you following in the world of sports and all these NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs and everything else? And you're an Everblades guy too, aren't you?
Oh yes, I love the Everblades. They are really showing out this last half of the season. They really picked it up, and when they got the couple of pickups from the other, in the middle of the season for the trades.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's right. They close it. I can close it out tonight, and the president Craig Brush is going to join me at 9:30. So we're going to talk. See, but if they ever pull this off and win back to back to back, it's just not done. And at any level of sports, it's crazy.
No, and I think it's the first time it's been done in the ECHL too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, again, long way to go. Going to start with the closeout game tonight, and then a couple more series. But yeah, they are they're looking sharp since being down 3-1 to Jacksonville. They've just steamrolling everybody.
Oh yeah, it's good to watch, and like you said, it's always good for the game of hockey when it draws in more people.
That's right, absolutely. All right, well, thanks so much. Anything else you want to get off your chest? Thanks so much for checking in. Really appreciate it.
No, not a problem. I'm a loyal listener, and just glad I finally got a chance to talk to you guys.
Great. Well, glad. Call back anytime. Anytime. All the best, my friend.
Great day.
Okay, you too. Yeah, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. That's the number to call. It is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio and the Riptide Media Network. Sports
Good
Business
to hear
Group.
from Guy. Also, there's a closer shot of the fight here on the video. I'm going to switch it over so everybody can see. This was, I think, probably and I know this was towards the end of the game because they had one time came off the bench, threw the gloves off.
Yeah.
And now this was that fight.
Well, this is the same fight.
At center ice. Kachuk lands a right on Pasternak and came over the top. Pasternak upset. He's back up and trying to get a Kachuk with the linesman in the way. And a rat sitting right in the middle of the pile. And then a fan threw onto the ice. I gotta tell you what, Pasternak went over to the bench and he had a chat with Montgomery before he came back out. He had a talk with him.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, look, Kachuk got a couple of good shots in it. There's no question about that. What Pasternak really got pissed at was the one where he's on the ice and his head was buried and the ref was trying to get in there and Kachuk sucker punched him. But I've seen worse sucker punches than that. I've seen worse than that. So it's part of the game. Like I said, Marchand, I've seen a lot of hockey players do a lot worse things than that. Part of the game, I give Kachuk, if you want to say he won the fight, did he win that fight? Yeah, he won that fight. Pasternak said it. He even said it, his quote, which we didn't have, his quote was, let me see. It's, again, refreshing by the player. Where the heck is it? Oh, it's a great quote by Pasternak. I didn't see it. It wasn't in the video. Oh, my bad. I'm trying to. I just had it.
This is not going to bleed over to the next game. And I know that's sarcasm, but oh boy, up in Boston. Oh yeah.
Oh no, it's going to carry over. I want it to be done in a clean way. There's nothing better than clean hockey checks like the one Marchand had on Kachuk. Yeah, like I said, Kachuk had a couple of good ones too. The Bruins blocked a whole bunch of shots last night as well. Barkov only had Bobrovsky only had made 14 saves. So that's crazy. God, man, I'm going to find this quote if it kills me. I swear. Just saying, processing. I
can't believe that they had. I know on ESPN this morning they had the audio from both coaches. I can't believe they didn't post it up. Well, it was both coaches were great.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talking about as the game? You mean on the ice while the game was going on? Yeah. What the heck did this quote go? Oh, it was in the first. Why am I missing? He basically said, "I'm not a fighter." He goes, "I lost." That's what he basically said. I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I lost. Anyway, game 3 tomorrow night in Boston. Tonight, really some good stuff going on tonight. TNT has the NHL tonight. So the Rangers of Carolina, 7 o'clock on TNT. The Rangers will be there 2 games to none. I told you earlier, the story today, the New York Post, that in Raleigh tonight, expect at least a quarter of the building. At least a quarter of the building is going to be Ranger fans tonight. Even though they're trying desperately to stop it, there's too many transplanted New Yorkers that are down there. That's what happens.
Okay, so my thing with that is, right, because who was it? Was it Texas or OKC, I think, put a block on Texas, so they want to show up there in OKC, which kind of doesn't really make any sense, but I guess because they're neighbors, it kind of makes sense. To me, it's no different as Sixers. If you want your team to represent, your hometown fans should be buying out those tickets. If they don't, it's a free-for-all. It's just the way it is. I hated that there were so many Knicks fans at the Wells, but guess what? Sixers fans weren't buying the tickets. And if they were, it would have never happened. But I'm quite sure it's going to travel well. You're not going to have, for example, you're not having a ton of Panthers fans going up to Boston. That's guaranteed because they're not leaving the warmth for up there for Boston. I'm not saying that Boston's cold, but to me, if it's going to be one of those things, buy the tickets, sell out your venue. You don't have to worry about the away crowd.
I found it. I found it. Pasternak's quote was, yes, Pasternak's quote was, quote, "I'm not a very experienced fighter. I fell down. It's on me."
Oh, jeez.
I love the honesty. Good stuff. I don't expect. I mean, there's always a spattering of the opposing team's fans there. There will be, no question about it. And if you're willing to pay a whole bunch of money, like I saw a front row seat for Game 1 at Sunrise the other night, Bruins Panthers at Sunrise, front row at mid-ice, right in back of the bench, was going for $5,400.
Holy
season ticket holder was selling it $5,400.
Yikes.
I mean, if you got that kind of money lying around, I guess you go for it. Now, I'm not paying $5,400 for Game 7 of anything. I mean, I'm biased because I've been fortunate enough in 38 years of doing this. I've seen Game 7s, 5s, 4s. I've seen and experienced it all. Very, very lucky. I take nothing for granted, but I sure as hell am not paying anything like that. $5,400 to go see anybody play. That is just, that's insane. That's insane. Again, 727-858-6650. That is the number to call. Rick Horrow is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Quick little MLB. Actually, no. You know what I want to do? I want to go back to, if we can, to the NBA on TNT last night because there's some absolutely hysterical video. If you scroll down, Angel, let's start with Chuck saying that the city of New York is overrated. He says they all think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yep, that is overrated. By the way, Gas Pump Guy is coming up there, and there's one more that follows.
Gas Pump Guy says Tampa Bay did the same thing when they played against Florida. They roped off sections so Panther fans couldn't get those seats. Yeah, look, it happens in most markets now. Rick says 44 years ago today marks the anniversary of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge disaster. 35 people died after a freighter hit the bridge. Yeah, was that 44 years ago? And I'll tell you what, that is the only bridge. I'm not afraid of heights. I'm not afraid of flying. I was never afraid of climbing trees or anything like that. Whenever I go over that bridge, Angel, I'm in awe and I just go slow. And I don't go really more than 45, 50 miles an hour on the ascent because I feel like if I died, that's the way I'm going to heaven, right up. You feel like you're going right up to the sky. And it's a different feeling than flying. It really is. And if you've never been over the Skyway Bridge before, wow, it's an awesome spectacle. It's an awesome sight. But it's intimidating. I remember the first time I went over it, I had a pit in my stomach, and I don't get that way about bridges. I don't have that bridgeophobia thing, whatever it's called. It doesn't bother me. I was just in awe going over it. And then, coming down, you start to relax a little bit. I was like, geez, because I knew the history of it. I'm like, I can't even imagine.
You got to see the one in Virginia, and for anyone who's listening out to Virginia, I can't remember if it's close to Richmond. It might be, but it was like years ago. And I was traveling down. I was coming back to Fort Bragg after going home for leave, and You think the Skyway's bad? This thing, it's like basically you go flat up, I don't know, 38 degrees or 40 degrees even maybe. And it's like a straight roller coaster ride. And then it flattens out. And when you make the curve, I swear, if it's snowy, you can forget about it. Because you feel like you're going right over the rails.
Yeah, it's frightening. The bridges and snow are frightening. They really are. All right, here's what I was talking about earlier. Chuck thinks New York's overrated.
You know, if the Knicks win, that'll be good.
You care who wins, cut it out.
I don't care who wins, but I will tell you what, I would love to see them get their ass stomped by the Celtics. That'd be great.
Then you care who wins.
I mean, I'm just saying, whoever wins this series is going to get stomped by the Celtics.
Well, you said you'd be happy to see it.
Yeah, because the New Yorkers, y'all deserve it. Because y'all think y'all the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Tell them, Chuck.
Come on, y'all ain't that good in New York.
What else, Chuck?
Come on, man. Y'all overrated.
What else, Chuck?
It's because y'all make good pizza and good bagels.
And what else, Chuck?
And what else, Prime?
And hold on, Chuck. Don't forget about the...
Oh, you know, they can't, I ain't gonna say anything bad about the street meat. You know, I love the street meat. I love the street meat.
The New York Knicks.
I don't care what kind of meat it is either. It tastes good.
Out to it. Even if you got no idea it is. What
rat, dog, cat, skunk, raccoon. It tastes good. Just put that white sauce on it. That's it. Right. That's it right there. That's some good stuff, y'all. You know.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's take a quick break here, a tiny bit early, Angel, so we can get Rick Horrow situated. Hopefully, his laptop is working and not his phone. Every time he turned his phone last week, boop, got cut off.
Sure did.
And it was not your fault, Angel. I know it wasn't my fault. Anyway. The Pacers, by the way, are filing a complaint over 78 calls, what they perceive as 78 missed calls last night at Madison Square Garden.
And you guys thought that I was nuts when it came to this. You're welcome, Pacers fans. Now feel what we're feeling. You're welcome.
We as 76er fans. Unbelievable. All right, quick break. It is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Rick Horrow coming up next, our sports business guru right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
We want to multiply. Are you gonna do it?
Welcome back. It's the Pete Sheppard Show. We continue. That's what I like to do on the show is multiplying listeners and shows on the ever-expanding Riptide Media Network. My show is always live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Others on this wonderful network, though, are around all different parts of the country, which is what makes this network great.
Feel the heat, pushing you to the side.
See if the late great Robert Palmer gets us banned in some country today. No bans yesterday, Angel. No bans at all. Not even in Belarus or Russia. I was disappointed. We were like 4 for 4 going into the day yesterday, but no Facebook police mentions about being banned yesterday.
That's a first. Usually it's the first one to throw up the red flag. These guys are on. Get them off right now.
I was really monitoring stuff on Facebook. I mean, our Twitter feed is like off the chart on YouTube and all that stuff. We get lots of hundreds of listeners, thousands of impressions. It's great stuff. But I was really taking to heart what you said the other day about views on my Facebook page, since I put it up every day. It's not the first time I heard it. There's got to be some gilding the lily, as they say, going on, because it cannot possibly go from like 150 views just in a couple hours to like down to 27. Like I don't believe it can be that dramatic of an effect, as you said. And I know what Facebook also doesn't like, and I don't care whether they like it or not. I continue to post what is coming up on the show and highlighting people every single day, the leagues and people that are on the show, because that attracts people to come and watch or listen, whatever it may be. But I know Facebook does not like when you do repetitive things like I do and other talk show hosts do every day for their show.
Yep.
They don't like it.
They don't.
I don't know why. It's my,
What you would think, because you would want to keep things going the right way, which is to encourage people to say, well, you know what, if you guys like the platform, we'll continue to let you guys utilize it. That's what you would think, but not Facebook. That's what I'm telling you. I can't stand it. All these people that rave about it. Oh my God. And as I told you before, the ones that make me laugh the most are the ones that are like, oh, there's a 10-year challenge. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's a password challenge. Here, I don't have to tell you what my password is, but I'm going to tell you. It's just so beyond just stupid. But one thing before Rick comes on, because I like when people try to call people out, and it's the best thing in the world. But what you guys see here, therefore, there's nothing to make up here, folks. But that is the map here of not only us here in the U.S., South America, and overseas. And that's where the numbers are coming from when people are listening overseas. France, Germany. Germany, apparently, become bigger than David Hasselhoff. So we're going to have to put out a record soon.
Guten Tag.
Exactly.
Outstanding. You got one in Hawaii. Looks like Hawaii.
Yeah, Hawaii's listening in. Down in
Guam,
Brazil,
hello.
Chile.
Philippines, hello. Chile, Australia. Good. What's it? Good night. Is it? What time is it over there? Or is it the next day? It might be Friday over there.
Yeah.
People taking off work already, listening to this show. Look at that in Europe. See any of my paisans in Italy listening? My family's in Naples,
Italy?
not Naples, Florida, but Naples, Italy. Hey.
They listen in. Let me see if I can focus in a little bit more. There you go. Italy.
Yeah, focus in more. That's the northern Italy. My peeps. I'm happy. Welcome. Let's see. Can you scroll in even more? Is that Rome?
That is. Hold on, because that might be Uruguay there. Give me a second.
No, you're right there with the boot. Right there. To the left. Yeah, no, to your left. Right there. Let's see. Can you go down even further? Where is that? You'll have to read that for me because I can't see it.
Parso de Loco Trasmino.
Oh, okay. That's right. It's right outside of Rome. Right there. Awesome. Great stuff.
What we do around here?
People down a little more south to the boot in Naples and Salerno. That's where my family's from. My dad and my mother's side. They always thought they were related because their families are so close in Italy. They're not. That's why my dad was only 5'9.5". My mother was barely 5'2", and I'm 6'2.5". And no milkman jokes. Don't know what happened. I do know is that when my mom was pregnant, that her most expensive pregnancy ever, God rest her soul, all she craved was lobster. Lobster. She didn't crave peanut butter and tuna fish sandwiches or some crazy stuff that a lot of women crave. Or I know one person just wanted to chew on ice all the time. But yeah, lobster. I was like, I used to kid my father all the time. I was like, that had to be the most expensive pregnancy, but I was worth it.
There you go.
As I say, always my joke from Stephen Wright, born C-section. That's why I leave the house through the window every day.
By the way, where's Senor Rick?
He's fashionably late.
By the way, where was it? Gas pump guy. He put something in there. One he said was, Pete, going over the Skyway Bridge when the sun's going down, it's a great view. But yes, I get a little pit in my stomach too when I go up there. And I've been doing heights all day long. I hang off the side of the buildings, and so
oh my God,
I have different feeling when I go over that bridge.
Yeah, I've only gone over the bridge during the morning, sun up, even a little after that, but sun up and around midday. Or early after, or before sunset. I've never gone over at sunset, which I'm sure is spectacular. It's spectacular. Now, occasionally Rick Horrow, because he goes all over the country, I never know where the guy is. I don't know if wasn't sure if he was at the Derby last week. I know he wrote about it and stuff I wanted to talk about, and also the big cuts that have going on, some big layoffs in the NFL. AJ Perez, front office sports, in the NFL Access show, that's gone. Half a dozen employees of NFL media and other arms of that league generate roughly $20 billion in annual revenues were laid off. See, that's what I don't understand. You're making $20 billion and you're laying off people?
Yep.
Really? So what do you want, $20 billion and $1? I mean, is that what you're supposed to do?
I guess.
Gas Pump Guy says, see, you guys are a worldwide radio show. It's great. Congrats. Yeah, no, we're big. And we were big in Australia from the get-go.
Yeah. Yep. For some reason. But that's fine.
Exactly. Hey, mate. But I'm told never, ever, ever have a Vegemite sandwich. They're disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. My wife spent 3 weeks there many years ago with a friend and gave me the whole thing, including them getting chased down the street by a mama koala bear. They don't move fast, but she was just protecting her baby.
Oh.
Very funny story about how it climbed down and they were walking and it just, wanted to say, get away from my child.
There you go.
And people in koalas, and I've never touched one. I love animals, love the zoo, but they're very coarse. And it's not like they have this like soft fur, but they are cuddly little things, aren't they?
You sure?
727-858-6650. I hear a ping. Is that a good ping, or it's like Glinda the Witch? Is that a good ping or a bad ping?
Rick says he can't open this. See, he tries to use Microsoft Edge. Ay Dios mío.
We have to straighten that. Yeah, You tell him the right link to use. I'm sure. I just get the. Oh, it just came up to me too. Always try Chrome. Always try Chrome. Yes.
I think it's what he tried last week, and then he was having the issues. I don't know how he did it the first time. The first 2 times he was on with us.
First time it sounds great.
Yeah, it was flawless. And then I don't know what happened the next time around. Nothing's changed.
Well, last week I think he tried on his cell phone, and a couple times earlier it was on his laptop, right? But he said something happened to his laptop or something like that. So I understand
think so.
that, you know.
But if not, worst case scenario, there's the phone. The phone works. We got that up and running and live.
Yep, which is awesome at 727-858-6650 because our next guest at 9:30, Craig Brush, can only come on by phone today, not video, but he has the number. Jake Maurice, who's a great play-by-play guy for the Florida Everblades, in addition to being the public relations director over there. And if that name sounds familiar, if Jake Maurice sounds familiar, last name Maurice, it is indeed the son of Florida Panthers head coach Paul Maurice, who I've been praising all day for his comments last night. Fantastic. Rick says he doesn't know how to do that to get to Chrome. Otherwise, have him call in. Just have him call in.
Well, that's what.
Make sure he has that number. He may not have that number. If you could text it to him, Angel, 727-858-6650. And we'll just try to get him on that way because he had some great stuff that he wrote about this week. A lot I want to talk to him about the NFL, NBA, ready to a record payday, a $76 billion media rights deal, and everybody's up in arms because the NBA on TNT may be gone. I got an interesting take yesterday as well.
Maybe Rick right here. Give us a second.
Okay. All right.
Hello. Is this the famous Rick Horrow?
Rick.
Trying to. Hey.
There you are.
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi. I can't hear you fine. Can hear you fine. You sound happy.
You're
live and not Memorex back in the day. And yes, you sound happy and handsome even over the phone.
Who's the other guy?
Who's the other guy? Oh my God. I think we have a bad connection.
Oh man, how you doing?
Two faces for radio. I'm fine. I can't figure out the NHL playoffs. Can you figure out the NHL playoffs? Home ice advantage is totally irrelevant. It always has been. And this series, I went last night. It was amazing. It's like all of a sudden there's retribution from knocking the President's Cup team last year out on the way to the finals, the Panthers, and now the Panthers were back on their heels. And yesterday was who knows who's going to show up. And if it wasn't for Swayman, it would have been 48-1.
Yeah, when they pulled him the right way, but I loved what happened last night. I picked the Bruins in 7. I think you've seen so many 3-goal leads blown last night. So even when they were down, when it got to 4-1 last night, that's not going to be their night. But not only did I love the Marchand whack on Tkachuk early in the game, clean hit. Tkachuk had a couple of other ones himself. Then he won the fight, even though it was a cheap shot at the end. He did win the fight against Pastrnak. But I loved, and I mean loved, what Paul Maurice said after the game. I don't know if you heard it, Rick. I love what Jim Montgomery said after the game. It was awesome stuff. And I think the physicality is absolutely going to continue tomorrow night. Not necessarily a whole bunch of fights because that gets boring after a while, but good, clean checks, finished checks. I mean, old school hockey last night. I loved it. I hope it continues.
Yeah, old school hockey. It was amazing. I texted my buddy. You know Brian Burke. Do you know the? Let's see if you guys remember the trivia. So Pete, Brian Burke, Harvard. One of my roommates for a little while. My Harvard Law School class. I wrote the thesis on sports violence at Harvard that was accepted and used hockey fighting as an example before the rules were over. So the deliberate fighting and. He called me something that I can't use on radio. I don't know. I guess a little another word for a cat. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Where this is going, but then
Jane Fonda said it once on the Tonight Show. Remember,
commissioner choice for discipline by Gary Bettman. I said,
Yes.
who is it now? And then, Brian has been a real good friend. He's now the head of the Women's Hockey Players Union, but he won the cup in Anaheim. He was in Vancouver. He was in Hartford. But we texted. He loved that game. A big Bruin guy. Grew up in spent a lot of time in Boston. That's old school.
Yeah, he was born in Providence. He was a Rhode Island guy, and he went to Providence College first, and then he went to Providence College first, a real school, and then went to Harvard.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't. Very well done. That was good. Not only do you know the trivia, but you administered the best one-liner from you in over a decade.
Well, I remember him as a player at PC. He was excellent. Lou Lamoriello was coaching the Friars back then. Outstanding. Ron Wilson played with him, if I remember correctly. So he was, he's definitely a character. But the atmosphere last night, absolutely fantastic. Game one. Did you go to game one also? Because there seemed to be a lot of Bruins fans that seemed to be there. Not what it looked like on TV, but when the Bruins, scored, there seemed to be a lot of Bruins fans there.
Game one snuck up on the Panthers. It's the rest versus rust for the fans too. You win last year. Here's the rematch, and you expect the series to be handed to you. But you can't do that with a team that just won an amazing Game 7 against Toronto, and it was still on an emotional high. So it showed. And I'm going to Game 5, which is Tuesday. Game 3 and 4 will be great. Game 5 will be rocking. And if you do win with your predictions, you throw so much crap against the wall that this one may stick. It may be a Game 7.
Which I'll definitely be at, if there is. You wrote a lot of...
Really? Okay, good. Well, you can buy me hamburger.
Yeah, what's that, $25? No, we'll be in a suite.
There's the suite. I got it. Speaking of $25, did you see all the stuff about the Formula One Miami Grand Prix food prices?
My favorite one, I believe, Rick, was right up your alley, the $296 lobster roll.
Yeah, but it's a lobster roll for 10. So people didn't understand. 10 people with very small appetites. I was going to say something else that would get me in trouble. But it's not a classic one and done lobster roll like the $45 one and done small lobster roll at the U.S. Tennis Open. The point is, when you go to these kind of events and you go to certain parts of the event, and you go where the chefs are, and you go where the three name, like not just Bill Smith, but Jean-Georges.
Yeah.
You're going to pay $300. And so, but there was, for the first time, and Steve Ross was listening to the fans, $150 seats that weren't even seats. They were field passes. They were grounds passes. And you get to walk around, get the experience, take your family. There were general admission risers put up on the third level. So you could kind of stand out there on the concourses where the upper decks are in the football stadium. And that's a great view. That view is better than any because you're high and you're up there. And, those are when you turn in, you go to the stadium, but nobody's going to go to sit inside the stadium. But standing outside was great. So it was fun. It was fodder. I knew it would be part of your world because, you take sensational stuff and you blow it up and you seek, opinions from the great unwashed. And this would have been one of those opinions.
Well, it's a wonderful event. I'm not a big NASCAR or Formula One, but I appreciate and respect the event. And maybe besides Monaco, at least, or let's keep it in the United States, Rick. They did a beautiful job in Miami. That is a beautiful track to watch. I feel like I'm watching a video game when it's on.
When I ran into the Top Dolphin guys, I went, I was in the stadium already, and I said, "Where's the autodrome?" Oh, no, it's not an autodrome. This is Hard Rock Stadium. What's Hard Rock? Nobody knows Hard Rock anymore. That was kind of a blow to the Hard Rock folks because it's in the agreement that you minimize all of the local sponsorships, and Hard Rock would have loved the awareness. Let me ask you, when you watch it on TV, how many times did you see the word Hard Rock? None. I can tell you that. None. So
you didn't. Really, you're right.
It was totally morphed into a center of racing, and the $1 billion economic impact will flow from that. And when you look at Austin and you look at Vegas, there are great issues just because it's Formula One, but nothing like this. This is bringing people in from all over the world, and you got to thank Steve Ross and Tom Garfinkel and the whole Dolphin crew for bringing the one of the biggest events in the world to the Miami Autodrome.
Yeah, and speaking of Stephen Ross, I wanted to ask you about this a couple of weeks ago, but one time you got delayed coming back from Guam, and then another time, I forget what happened, that but I wanted to ask you about the story that came out a couple of weeks ago about Stephen Ross, him turning down, $10 billion to get rid of everything, the team, the stadium, and all of that stuff. And and the reason why I ask is because the Wednesday before that story came out, you said you couldn't do it. You had an emergency meeting. And it didn't dawn on me until after that story came out. I was like, son of a gun, does he want Stephen Ross trying to, talk him out of not doing all of this? I'm talking tongue in cheek, obviously. But what can you tell us about what almost didn't happen?
Well, I brought the sack of money, and he asked for $10 billion in cash, and it was right there. And he counted it all in ones. And then he finally said, nah, I want to give this to my family, not because they're diehard Dolphin fans, who wouldn't be, but $1 billion purchase is now valued at 10. So what can you do in any world that will 10 times your money at that scale? So he wanted to leave it to his family. That's kind of his current argument. Maybe it's a ploy. So maybe I have to bring back a bag of 15 billion in money.
Well, that's what I was thinking. How much would it take? 12 billion, 15, 20. Anyway, they're sticking around, and all those events he's brought in has been great for not just South Florida, but the whole state. I wanted to ask you a couple of things. You didn't go to the Derby, did you?
No, it's 2.5 minutes and done. I can do something that'll be boatloads of fun for 2.5 minutes and go to the next thing by staying home.
I think because you don't want to wear a hat. I think that's part of the problem.
By the way,
baseball cap.
Just so you know, smart guy, when I was doing my regular CNN stuff, they said, I dare you. So I was in the infield. I'll send you the tape if you want. And I wore one of those cute little hats and an outfit. And I did the whole economic impact of Churchill Downs. That was my one trip to the Derby, including the infield. Have you been?
I've only been once, and it was an incredible experience down in the infield. Yes, it was fantastic. And I can't even remember who won, but I remember it was a blast.
The infield, when it rains, I'll just say it is the most amazing sight to behold you could ever imagine.
Mm-hmm. I was lucky. I agree.
It's amazing. The cheap stands, the cheap seats, and when it's raining and you have a little bit to drink and people are kind of sloshing around, it's like Woodstock.
A new $200 million paddock. I kind of brought it up earlier in the week, but man, more people bet and more people watch that race in the history of the race. It was economically through the roof.
Yeah, $4 billion. The handle was $4 million for one race, but the handle was in the 400 million when you take a look at all of the dollars that were available betting on the Derby everywhere. And it's the mobile betting. It's the combination of the renovations. More people are there. And I got to say, NBC, I've never been wanting to watch 4 hours of pre-race, because what do you do 4 hours of pre-race? They did just an incredible job talking about the jockeys and the trainers and the families and the stories. NBC, it's Mark Lazarus's world, and he learned it from Ebersol, and it's all storytelling, and that was an amazing storytelling deal. Now we've got the second 2 weeks of racing, where if this particular horse wins the Preakness, then we've got a riveting 3 weeks later, and if not, goodbye for 50 weeks.
Well, you just brought up NBC, which is going to be my next thing. I want to get to the NFL too, but NBA about to do a huge deal, $76 billion media rights deal. NBC purportedly is involved. Amazon could be involved as well. The one thing everybody's concerned about, including myself, is not so much who is that the NBA on TNT. Everybody on that program, which is the best halftime and post-game show there is in all of professional sports. It's must watch no matter who you're rooting for. Have all four of those guys move on. But then I read that Ernie Johnson is staying with TNT no matter what. So that's aggravating to me. I know Charles Barkley said you can never duplicate that. But what do you know? What's your gut feeling on what's going on with this $76 billion media rights to the NBA? For the NBA.
Well, we talked about it last time. Barkley is important, but they all are. And just like inside the NFL with HBO, with Bonacani and Dawson, remember those were franchise shows in their own right, and you can call the show what you want. But if the guys aren't there, it changes things dramatically. And I know that the deal with ABC and Disney is safe at that number. The Amazon deal is going to be a Friday night, and they're going to end up using it as maybe exclusive programming for streaming, which is another Amazon big commitment to the future. And then, maybe the NBC piece. And I know Ernie Johnson has it in his contract, and he's got other stuff to do with TNT. And I don't think TNT is going to let him go because he is TNT. So we'll just have to see how it all shakes out. But look, it's 3 times the total amount in terms of overall media rights that they had over the last deal. And people said, could they get what they had last time? No, they got 3 times it. So, go figure.
Unbelievable. Speaking of Amazon and all that stuff, I thought Boomer Esiason, I don't know if you saw this, made it interesting. It sounded like he knew something on his morning drive show on WFAN yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before. And he I don't believe he says stuff just to throw it out there. Like I know you say I throw crap against the wall. Sometimes I do, but usually I don't. But it's
all good stuff. No, crap is metaphorical for really excellent substance.
But he threw it out there yesterday morning about Netflix. And part of the reason why the NFL schedule hold up is because they're trying to figure out the schedule for the doubleheader on Christmas Day. He threw it out there that he thought Netflix might be involved with this as well, even though Netflix for many, many, many years has said, no, we're not doing sports. And then all of a sudden they do a lot of Formula One documentaries. They're involved now with that fight with Tyson and everything else. Have you heard anything, possibility about the NFL getting become business partners with Netflix, even if it's for 1 game or 2 games?
Well, I've heard that the NFL network is undergoing some major changes. And part of the discussion, Melissa Stark and some of the others are, Andrew Siciliano, a good buddy, is gone or will be gone. And the idea of how you restructure the NFL network to add some stuff, or how do you hand some of it off to others? ESPN has been rumored. There may be a Netflix component of that. Maybe I'm just speculating because, if I'm wanting to tell stories, and I want to remain that way, I go to Netflix and figure out how I can contract with them to do stories. So, no, nothing direct, but certainly there are circumstantial evidence about this.
Oh, no question. And I think some people might lose their minds. I mean, maybe the NBA would like it because it certainly interferes with their coverage all day. And now there are going to be 2 games on Christmas Day, and they run about 5 or 6 games that day as well. But NFL is king. It doesn't really matter. It will definitely cut into their ratings no matter what network they're on. But yeah, it's interesting. I was going to ask you about the NFL quickly here. About it's a 20, as you said in your story, it's $20 billion. I mean, how much is enough? I mean, are we really? Do all these people really need to lose their jobs because they want to get, I don't know, pay somebody maybe younger, cheaper money? I don't understand why all these layoffs for such a gigantic, enormous monstrosity of a company that is the NFL or a business.
Well, I will say this to Roger Goodell's defense and everybody else around. I mean, he's in the $40 million a year, and you could say, why so much? Well, because it's a juggernaut. It's a business. Any business decision that's made with a big company that's made for a legitimate strategic reason that's one of the reasons why they continue to make so much money, is because they make good business decisions. Now, sometimes it may be heartless, and maybe this is the right one or the wrong one. I don't know. But if you restructure and make it better, and the idea is that you're looking around to do that. ESPN's layoffs were a little bit different. It was cost cutting. I'm not sure what the NFL Network layoffs are yet, so I don't want to characterize it.
All right. And the last thing, I do want to ask you a fascinating story. We could spend 3 hours on about Florida State, the Seminoles eyeing a $327 million from a revenue bonds amid the ACC fight. Wow. Now, for the person that they're looking to raise $326 million from a bond offering. Can you explain further about, what's happening here? Do they have a chance to make that kind of money?
Yeah, well, and I'm not going to get into high finance about how you do the bonds, what the interest rates are, because that's silly. The $350 million includes a large amount too for a practice facility or a football facility. So the whole purpose is to upgrade the program for the SEC, for wherever they land. This is all part of their strategy as far as their expansion is concerned. The seating will be more. Much of it will be premium. You get to charge a lot more for the seats, the suites as well. So the revenue will be from the increased number of seats and suites and availability, plus the prices, which will reflect the fact that it's a much bigger and better place and it's more comfortable. So they'll raise it. They'll figure out how to do it as part of donations, and the school will be better off for it.
Rick, awesome stuff. God, you were fantastic today. I got to give you A+. I give you A+, even though you weren't via video. A+.
Wow, considering the source. And probably you would say even better because you didn't see me. What you need to do is I'll send Angel a picture of me in my youth, and we can post it in case we have any technical difficulties in the future. How's that?
Well, I have you posted on my Facebook page every day. I have pictures of all my guests coming up every day on my Facebook page. So there you are. Happy and handsome, big, beautiful smile right there.
Wouldn't know what right there means, but that's very good. So, all right, we'll talk next week. Goodbye.
Take care. Thanks a lot. Bye. Bye. Rick Horrow, sports business guru here, the sports professor. See, people, that's kind of like his cute little nickname, the sports professor, but he's more of a business guru, analyst, speaker, author, host of On the Record on Sports Grid TV, hear him on Sirius XM, Bally Sports. I told you, sometimes I see him, I'm not kidding, I see him on TV stations like 5 times on a weekend. Sometimes I think he's live on 2 of the 3 networks at the same time. It's just, he's all over the place, but very, very knowledgeable. Good stuff. Anyway, Angel Martinez, quick break. And then we will get ready for our next guest at the bottom of the hour. We'll recap again what happened last night in the NHL and the NBA, Major League Baseball rundown. Still haven't gotten to that yet. But bottom of the hour is Craig Brush joining me, the president of the Florida Everblades, and Hertz Arena CEO as well. Another Cornell guy, just like our CEO here at Naples Well Planning, Rick Calhoun. So, and that's not the reason I said earlier. It's not the reason why I wore red today. Just a coincidence. Anyway, and phone call, 727-858-6650. Call or text. Watch the show on Twitter, X. Follow me at PShep326 on my Facebook page and the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Hour number 3 of the Pete Sheppard Show on the Thursday continues live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Up next here on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Here I him, like with an oversized mullet. It was parted down the middle. Looked like he could fly away. Underrated group, very good. But they had like 3 hits, but they were good. But he's bald now.
That's incredible. You know what's funny? They even said people that go, like my cousin had this thing is, if you wear hats all your life, you end up being bald. That crap most of the time is hereditary.
Yeah, and it skips a generation. It usually comes on the female side, usually from the mother or the grandmother. It does. Although I will say, I got my hair cut yesterday, 2 days ago.
Right.
And I did notice, because I wear a baseball hat a lot on this show, getting up early in the morning. I take a shower the night before, and then I just, throw on shorts and a golf shirt or T-shirt or whatever I feel like throwing on, because where I am in the Naplesville Planning Studio is an incredibly professional building with geniuses that are running around in here, and thank goodness I don't have to perform. I don't have to, because nobody's here at the time I get here, and usually when I leave, they're all in meetings doing great business stuff. But I would say, since I've been wearing a hat most of the time here, I was thinking exactly what you were talking about. Jeez, because it was getting even more thinner on top than normal. Is it just me?
Yep.
Or is it just me? Or is it because I'm wearing a hat every day? And I'm starting to get more follically challenged on top. I'm definitely follically challenged in the back. I'm not bald, but I don't want to go the George Costanza route. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Nor would I ever get a hairpiece. And it's no disrespect to anybody who does. It's just not my thing. Is there anything more awkward, Angel, in life than seeing somebody, and I'm not saying you go up and say anything, seeing somebody with an awkward hairpiece that is so out of place and so off color? Most of them, I think, are brilliant because I don't notice them. The only time you do notice them, and you wonder how the person wearing it doesn't notice it. I'm talking about men. How do you not notice, like when you get a hairpiece on and it's totally dark brown or black, and then you have, you get right to where the ears are, and it gets to be, you can just tell, maybe a little bit above the ear. You can just tell it goes from that one color to the next, or it's not really fitting very well. You feel like a gust of wind or a good fan will blow it off.
Yep.
Things that I think of, I don't know, but it's just awkward, It's awkward.
It is. It sucks. I'm not gonna lie. It freaking sucks because a lot of times when we were, matter of fact, on the broadcast from the past Sunday for the Spanish broadcast, I noticed a lot of times, obviously during the broadcast, as I'm bending down, I'm looking at the sheets. Number one is I had the grandfather effect, as I told you guys earlier, because my eye doctors. You know what? I mentioned it with default. I don't think I ever mentioned it with you. For some stupid reason. It's only, listen, Florida, I love you guys. I really do. Eye doctors, you guys drive me bananas. What ends up happening, I wear contacts and/or glasses. Now, these are normally the glasses that I like to kind of sport around when I'm around, but for whatever odd reason, they decided, meaning the optometrist, not to put the correct vision. They were like, well, we're trying to save you money. I'm like, so what? I have to squint. And then the beautiful part was he said, well, what you can do is you can wear your contacts and then get reading glasses. I'm like, does that make freaking sense?
No. What is that?
Right. So I said, no. I want my vision that I'm supposed to have here corrected, because I said, is my vision going away? He goes, no, your vision hasn't changed. I'm like, so then why would you guys not put the correct vision and then give me this blinding? So during Sunday, here I am. I'm calling the game. I'm bending my head down. I'm looking at the sheet. In the meantime, you can start seeing some of the chrome dome, as you guys kind of see it right there. And it's light. But then if you're with me here in person, it doesn't look as bad. But when it gets wet, yeah, it looks like, I don't know, it looks like a shag carpet or some freaking ridiculous. Aging sucks.
No, but it's when the times that I don't wear hats in here, and I'll just wet my hair back. And by the time my headphones have done a 3-hour show here and I take them off, there's like, reverse mohawk action going. You know what I'm saying? My head is flat the rest of the day. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Do have a little bit of breaking news. In the NBA, a Woj bomb, the ESPN reporting, and Adrian Wojnarowski, the Celtics lead assistant Charles Lee has agreed on a 4-year deal to become the Charlotte Hornets' next coach that reunites him with Hornets executive vice president of basketball operations, Jeff Peterson, who finished the Celtics playoff run before moving full-time into the Hornets job. He was part of the 2021 Milwaukee Bucks championship under Mike Budenholzer. So congratulations, Charles Lee. That's what happens with a winning organization. You move on from the Celtics, and then you get a head coach to a pathetic organization, and hopefully he can turn that organization around, because they are awful. In a great basketball city, they are terrible. Angel, if we could scroll down right under that to Wendy earlier today on Get Up. I told you earlier the Pacers are about to submit an 18,000-page report of missed calls. And here from games 1 and 2 of the Pacers-Knicks series. And Brian Windhorst broke it all down earlier today on Get Up. If we could play that video, that would be fantastic, Angel. It's right it's right under the Woj bomb on my Twitter feed.
I see it. Give me a second.
Yep. And bottom of the hour at 9:30, it'll be Craig Brush, the president of the Florida Everblades and CEO for Hertz Arena. He will join us as well. All right, here we go.
The Pacers took the high road after game one with those controversial calls. Obviously, they boiled over in game
Video's
two.
not
I
up.
personally, watching it, didn't feel this game was officiated that differently.
It's
but
not
the
up?
Pacers did, and let
No.
me tell you how much they
Just a
did.
sound.
That's
Carlisle said
bizarre.
after the game
Hang on,
that they
because it
identified
was
26
just there.
calls
Give me a
that
second.
they
All right, can we,
won
yeah,
that
can we
they
restart? There it
thought
is.
went
Can we
against them
restart it?
unfairly. And they were going to send those.
There we go. Good stuff. Processing.
Yeah, of course, now. Oh, for the love of bananas and balls,
The
seriously.
Pacers
Here we go.
took
There
the
it
high
is.
road after game one with those controversial calls. Obviously, they boiled over in game two. I personally, watching it, didn't feel this game was officiated that differently, but the Pacers did. And let me tell you how much they did. Carlisle said after the game that they identified 26 calls from game one that they thought went against them unfairly. And they were going to send those to the league. And they decided not to because they wanted to take the high road. Well, they're done with that. And from what I am told, through the night, the Pacers worked, and early this morning, they submitted 49 calls that they feel they were wronged about in game two. And while they were on the server, they slapped the other 29 calls from game one to submit what they feel is 78 missed calls that went against them from game one to game two. And by the way, the Knicks automatically get copied on that. So when the Knicks wake up, they're going to have 78 clips should they want to review them. And so what I think this is going on here, obviously they're trying to make a point, but my view is that the Pacers, looking at how banged up the Knicks are, they think this series is absolutely still in play, and they want to make the officiating a factor to help them going into game three in Indiana.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think thanks to Get Up and Wendy there and the crew at ESPN. That's going to be really interesting to watch the free throw discrepancy. Really is, to see what happens with the Pacers tomorrow night and the Knicks. Really interesting. But here's Rick Carlisle himself after the game.
I'm always talking to our guys about not making it about the officials, but you know, we deserve a fair shot, you know, and it's just not there's not a consistent balance, and that's disappointing. So give New York credit for the physicality that they're playing with. But you know, their physicality is rewarded and ours is penalized, just, you know, time after time. And so, you know, I'm just really disappointed. The two technicals, you know, you gotta make a stand for your guys. You know, you gotta stand up for what's right and what's not right. And that was it.
Yeah. He makes a lot of good points, and I will be stunned tomorrow night. Two things. One, if the Pacers don't win, they win significantly, and they're way ahead in free throws, at least for one game. Guaranteed. That's
First
my guarantee.
Let me see this. I applaud the Knicks for doing so. The Pacers for doing so, because again, you can't. It isn't coincidence. It isn't coincidence. Round two, we're seeing the same nonsense as round one. And it's about damn time, because Adam Silver's not doing anything. Nowhere to be found, zilch. And you can't tell me, I don't care how good you are, when it comes down to friggin' betting, when betting has changed so many outcomes of so many, I can't wait till next year. Now that all these, and believe me, DraftKings, you guys, I'm not throwing any shade your way. I'm just saying, when it comes to betting and these goofy refs, there's no way in the world you can't tell me they're not on the freaking take. There's no way, because of how they're changing the outcome, especially in the NBA. I don't even know what the right now what the graph is, what the poll you put out there earlier. But screw it. It's about time someone's doing something about it, because I know the Sixers didn't want to do it, and the Knicks or the Pacers didn't want to do anything about it either, but they're doing so. And I'm happy that they're actually doing it to call the refs out. It's about damn time.
Yeah, we're tired of hearing about Zach Zarba, the crew chief in the NBA. And my poll, thank you for bringing that up, at PShep326. Been out a couple of hours now, almost 200 votes. What sport over the last 5 years has the worst officiating? And I'm including umpires in that, obviously. NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball or college basketball. 58.5%, 58.5% say the NBA, 27.3% say the NFL, 13.7% say MLB, even though a buddy Rick Marcus said Angel Hernandez and MLB. Yeah, he's certainly right up there. College basketball, which I thought would get more, is only at 0.5%. Because it's horrible in college basketball, too, a lot of ways. The flopping that goes on in so many of these games. There you go. And let's, if we can go down again, Angel, let's pull up the video once again of the alleged, the inadvertent whistle, which we all heard. Reggie Miller talking about it, Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy. The video says it all on one of the plays where the Knicks were called for a double dribble that, in my opinion, clearly was not a double dribble. Seen a lot worse than that call. I've seen guys take 4 steps before and slam a ball down, or 3.5 steps. And certainly the carrying that goes on in the NBA is off the chart. But let's take a look at the video during this game. As you see, it's 124 to 118, 119 to go. Knicks have the ball, and here's how it went down on TNT.
Some trouble. Knicks lead by. We got a whistle and a double dribble. Double dribble. And it's going to be a Knicks turnover.
Angel, start that again, would you, please? Now, I want you to. I'm going to say pause. If you can hit pause, somebody show me where the double dribble is. Anybody, go ahead. You can run it.
Giving Brunson some trouble.
Where is it? It's not there. It's not there. Where is it?
Nope.
That's
nowhere.
Now you heard the whistle. Well,
Yep.
let's start it again, if you don't mind. Sorry to.
No, you're good.
Great job. Okay, here we go.
Knicks lead by.
His right hand the entire time is up by his side, literally up by his side, and he's only dribbling with his left.
I don't know where anybody can see that he picked up the ball. No, you want to say they all palm it in some way, shape, or form, so that's not going to get called. But here it is again. Let's play it now in its entirety.
Giving Brunson some trouble. Knicks lead by. We got a whistle and a double dribble. Double dribble. And it's going to be a Knicks turnover. Josh Tibbin came in for the call. Now he and J.B. DeRosa come together. Let's see. Where?
I don't see it.
The other hand touched the ball.
God.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Mark Davis comes in to have his say. Can they take a look at it?
They took it away. Yeah. But now what do you have on the clock?
Rick Carlisle is incensed.
Well, how's it inadvertent? I heard it. Yeah, it wasn't inadvertent.
I heard the whistle and the call.
That sounds better
signal.
than I blew the call.
Right. And the signal. He signaled double dribble. But it does look like he didn't double dribble.
Knicks don't have much.
It's just unbelievable how an inadvertent whistle, and then where's the double dribble? His other hand never hits the ball.
Nope. Even when he picks up the ball, he's got it in one hand.
It's just unbelievable. And then, so that was it. Still, it was 124 to 118. Not too long after that, this happened.
And yet, they're the ones that make all the energy and effort plays in the fourth quarter.
Carlisle ejected. Yeah, he just got thrown out. Rick Carlisle. This is what got Rick Carlisle tossed out, clapping in the face of Mark Davis, and then that second team.
Boy, Mark Davis, Angels having a hell of a week in 2 different cities, in Denver and New York. I mean, he was there the other night when Malone came flying out of nowhere, screaming, trying to get ejected out of that game early on, and he wouldn't have any of it. And then the Jamal Murray incident with the towel first, and then the heating pad incident that nearly took out Anthony Towns, about a half a step away from him maybe having a serious knee injury. Gas Pump Guy says, yeah, a lot of times LeBron goes for a Sunday stroll with the ball in his hand. He ain't got a care in the world. No, I mean, the carrying and the Euro step, I hate that term.
I hate the Euro step. That drives me absolutely. It's like an excuse for everything. Listen, DiVincenzo, game 1 of this series, not 1, not 4, 8 stinking steps with a walk, and still they allowed the 2 points. Are you freaking kidding me? What was the spread last night? You degenerates out there. What was the spread?
4.5. 4.5. I won't take exception to that. 4.5. I didn't touch the game. I didn't touch that game last night. I didn't. I've been on a pretty good roll. I didn't like it, but I will bet the house on the Pacers tomorrow night. If I believe they're playing again tomorrow night. So
yeah, they should be playing tomorrow night.
Yeah, depending on also, if we could play one more video today. Also on NBA on TNT. Right underneath the sliced bread comment, underneath that is Chuck's guarantee and some special friends involved last night. A lot of cute friends involved last night.
Got to go back up to that one. Where the hell did it go?
It's right underneath. Okay. This has happened last night. Chuck, with his guarantee, which was the Indiana Pacers, so most of the time his guarantees are going to lose. That's why I hate when he picks the Celtics. But here's how it went down last night. You dog lovers out there are going to love this.
Who do we like in this game, by the way?
Don't see the video.
Pacers.
All right, give it a second. I don't know why it's doing that because nothing's changed since this morning. So let me wait for it to come up on your side.
All right. There we go.
All right, let me restart.
Who do we like in this game, by the way? Pacers.
Oh, I'm New York.
New York.
Pacers.
You're going to guarantee that?
Guarantee! I know something's crazy because we over here.
No, ain't nothing happening.
No. Why would anything like that?
Kenny. Oh, shit.
Pull out the dogs out. Look at these little cuties.
You know why we got these? Because they look just like your dog, Kenny.
No.
Your dog. That's what they are. They're French bulldogs.
Look at these little puppies.
Come on.
That's so cute. Oh, my goodness, man. Hey, Shaq. I was like, what the hell? Hey, Shaq. What's coming out of here?
No, that's Shaq.
Oh, look at these guys.
Did you keep one?
You can buy one. You can buy a dog anytime, Shaq.
Hey.
Do we get to keep one?
Hey, Pop.
These things are so cute.
Hey, this is tremendous. How can you have a bunch of dogs like this running around and not make you smile, huh? Hey, how are you, Pops?
Unbelievable. I want to know where they came up with all those Frenchies. I mean, they're all puppy. They all see them puppy. I love Frenchies. They're great dogs. I have some neighbors that have them. They are outstanding dogs. All right. Take another quick break, Angel, right here. Of course, you don't want to be late. Craig Brush, president of the Florida Everblades and CEO of Hertz Arena, is going to join me next. We talk about how awesome the Everblades have been in this postseason, really towards the end of last season, towards the end of this season. Trying to win back-to-back Kelly Cups in the ECHL. We'll talk with the prez himself. Craig Brush coming up next here on the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Final segment of the Pete Sheppard Show. Happy Thursday, everybody. May 9th, 9 days of the month of May already. We're live from the Naples Well Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. Don't forget, coming up after this show, the man himself, Angel Martinez. Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. That'll come your way 10 a.m. To noon today as well. And we're going to check in very shortly here with Craig Brush, the president of the Florida Everblades. Always great. I usually get to chat with him in the last few years, not just here, but at my other place of employment before. We usually get him once a year, and it's always great to talk to him. And it's not well, that's going to be him right there. I guarantee it, because he's always on time. He's a hockey player. He's punctual. It's not like some of these media blowhards out there. He's got hockey player. He's punctual. Mr. Brush, how are you? Congratulations. How are you? Well, first of all, thank you for coming on. Congratulations. And in the words of Eddie Murphy from Trading Places, what a happy day. What a happy day. Man, if you pull this off, they pull it off tonight and sweep this series. My goodness, think about, maybe about, bless you, by the way, maybe about 10 or 11 weeks ago, we were fighting for a playoff spot, and here you are on the precipice of sweeping the Orlando Solar Bears right out of the Southern Division Finals. What a run for this team again. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe me, and I know that because the toughest game is the closeout game most of the time. But I must tell you, I thought that was going to be the case. No question. And I know, Coach Brad Ralph is going to, implement that. It's very thought into their heads. But, I was thinking the same thing the previous series, Craig, against Jacksonville, a team that, kind of had their number all year long in the regular season. And certainly the first 4 games of the postseason going up 3-1 until the Everblades steamrolled them. And particularly impressive. I mean, to win games 6 and 7 in the impressive fashion that they did that surprise even you, honestly, the way, not that they won, but how they won? Mhm. I mean, and we seem to talk about Cam every single week, at least since I've been down here since 2017, whether it was with Brad Ralph or Chris Palin or Cam himself or any of the other players. I mean, my goodness, the type of advantage to have when you have a really true superstar number one goalie at any level of hockey. I mean, can't stress enough how important that is for any team, and especially this one. Mhm. No, it really is. And, I've talked to Brad Ralph several times this year, including a couple of weeks ago. And I really asked him, how is he doing, mentally? I mean, physically fatigued. I know everybody's tired. And the really reason I asked that is because here you are in the midst of a possible, going for back to back to back, playing so late for the third season in a row. And I know it certainly takes its toll on the fans and on the players, obviously. But I mean, Brad and the entire coaching staff, 3 years in a row this late. I mean, are you running on strictly adrenaline right now, or is it just he could just overcome the fatigue? Him and the staff, they've done an amazing job again. Mhm. Ever. I'm going to going to bring up Cornell University again because here I am in the Naples Wealth Planning studio in North Naples, not about 10 minutes from Hertz Arena, where you were also the CEO. And our a great CEO here, Rick Calhoun, is also a graduate in the mid 80s of Cornell University. Was a great football player on that team. But I want to ask you, you played on the only. I know I asked you this last year, but for those that have been some of the new audience here on the Riptide Media Network, you played on the only Division One hockey team that ever won. I think you guys were 29 or 30, in 70, 71. Only team in the history of NCAA hockey to do it. And I wanted you to just quickly about that experience, number one, and two. Dick Bertrand, your head coach back then. Any similarities between Brad Ralph and him? I know different eras are tough to make an analogy, but just your thoughts on that. Oh, 70. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Yes. Mhm. Mhm. No question. And you have surrounded yourself with some unbelievable people. I mean, obviously, you're the top boss, but, I have Chris Palin on a lot. I have a ton of respect for him, except he went to Mount St. Charles and I went to Hendricken, and his team beat mine a lot when we were in high school. But other than that, I mean, Adam Winslow, Mike Kelly, I mean, these guys are all top notch people that you have surrounded yourself with, and it shows throughout the entire organization, outside in the parking lot to when they drop the puck. It really is an amazing staff that you have surrounded yourself with. And it's a reflection of you because everybody who comes to Hertz Arena to see this team play, of all ages, there is something for everyone. You guys do an unbelievable job, not just promoting the sport down here, but all the stuff that happens outside, from the bouncy houses to the music to all the great promotions you have during the year. It's really fantastic, and I was shocked when I moved down here from Boston in 2017. I couldn't believe what I was watching. Not to, the sold out games, the crazy hockey fans that knew the game, which I was not expecting. Really, really refreshing. And now here with it, just. I don't know. I'm beaming, and I beam to everybody when I speak about your organization because it is remarkable at any level of hockey. Wow. And I want to do a shout out to Jake Maurice as well, who I speak with every week. He's a great play-by-play voice. I think it's his second year with the Everblades, and phenomenal job. And he probably doesn't want me to bring it up, but I know his dad, who I have so much respect for, coaching the Florida Panthers. And even though I'm a Bruins guy, I thought this series would go deep in seven. Forget the fight. That was a good thing in itself last night. Kachuk and Pasternak going at it. You probably saw highlights of it, or maybe even watched the game. But I loved what Paul Maurice and Jim Montgomery said after the game. It was refreshing, Craig, to hear that kind of attitude from both of those coaches after that very emotional third period. Uh, yeah. Mm. Yep. Mm. Absolutely. Well, Craig, thank you so much. Anything else you want to plug? I mean, obviously, if should they lose tonight, the Everblades lose, then the next game will be on Saturday night, I believe, in Orlando. And then if that, if it comes back, it could end up coming back later on in the series. Back to Hertz Arena, and that would be on May 14th, and Game 7 on May 15th. So I don't think that's going to be the case, but I'm not trying to look ahead, but I have a feeling that they're going to close it out tonight, and I'll be watching online and listening. So, mhm. Absolutely. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it, Craig. Oh, but we have. Oh yeah, we have a cute nickname for our texters. He says when he started this job, Craig, did he think it would be what it turned into as far as what it has done, not only for the game but the community around it? Thanks, Gas Pump Guy. Oh no, he just wanted the texter wanted to. Yeah, I'm sorry. The texter wanted to know. Just a quick question: when you started the job, did you think it would be what it is turned into, as far as what it has done, not only for the game but the community around it? Mhm. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Craig. Always appreciate it, and good luck. And I'm sure I'll see or talk to you somewhere along the way over the next couple of weeks. Thanks so much. All right, take care. There it is, Craig Brush, the president of the Florida Everblades and also the CEO of Hertz Arena as well. So not only is he in charge, Angel, of the hockey team and all that stuff, you got to schedule concerts and you got to worry about what's going on in the arena and a whole lot of other stuff that happens over there, which they do a great job of that too. There's some great acts that have, since I've been down here, that have come. It's been fantastic, from Bill Burr to Barry Manilow to a whole bunch of, Cheap Trick, and they got some great stuff. And Sebastian Maniscalco is coming in December down here, great comedian. In a few months. I don't even want to think about December, to be honest with you. Not that down here is, snow or anything like that. I don't want to. I'm trying to get through May.
Yeah.
To get through Mother's Day. Get through Mother's Day first. But they do an amazing job over there with the promotions for all the kids and everything else. I'm mad at myself. I punched, as I knew it was either the 70-71 team or the 70 or the 71-72 team. I couldn't remember. But it was a 70-71 team. So my bad for not getting the coach's name. Neil Hackers was good. Anyway. Any thoughts on that as well, or whatever's on your mind? At PShep326. That's how you follow me on Twitter. X, also on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and Sports Radio 102.9. Text the show at 727-858-6650. Anything to talk about on your show today? Unscripted. Unscripted with Defoe, Martinez and Defoe, 10 a.m. to noon.
Yeah, it's usually that. It's unscripted, so I'm pretty sure we'll get into some with the Bruins, because I'm quite sure Defo will have something to say about that as well, along with the basketball game. More importantly, as now we're finding out that the Pacers wanted to do something about it, and then later on today, after Defo and I are off at 1:00, which will be shown at a later time, but Coach E.J. Burt from the Orlando Predators will be on with me with Backstage With. It's a series with the Orlando Predators. So my next guest will be E.J. Burt, and him and I will get into a great conversation that will be released either later on today and or tomorrow. And then, of course, I'll bring you a highlight and bring it over here to the Pete Sheppard Show. So awesome. Busy afternoon.
Awesome. And if we could, Angel, if I couldn't pause one more time to scroll down a little bit. I think you heard the comments, most people did the other day, Austin Rivers on ESPN saying that a whole bunch of NBA players could play in the NFL, but not a whole bunch of NFL players could play in the NBA. That ticked off. I think he said it on the Pat McAfee show. Well, last night, Charles Barkley called out Austin Rivers for that very thing. Here it is.
All right, let me know when you can see the video first.
I see the video. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I got to call out Austin Rivers.
For what?
Austin Rivers, you know I love you. We can't play football.
Yeah, we can.
No,
right.
we can't.
Yeah, we
no,
can.
we can't.
Shut
Austin
up.
Rivers,
Yeah.
you're doing
Austin,
a great
you're
job.
right.
But to say that we got 30 or 40 NBA players who can go play in the NFL.
Oh, we can't play football? Stand up right now. I dare you to stand right now.
Shaq, football is a good.
Stand up right there right now.
Football is a grown man sport.
We're sorry. Let me show you.
Shaq, we got something for you. Oh, I got to call out Austin.
Yeah, see? But now, and for those of you who don't know, and I'd be shocked if you didn't, Chuck was also a very good football player in high school. And I don't know if you know this story, Angel. He obviously went to Auburn, legend there. He was good. They wanted him to play football so badly besides basketball, which is tough to do. A couple people have done it, and played dual sports. Bo Jackson played football and baseball, obviously, at Auburn. And there have been others that have done. Sometimes some guys play, like, O.J. Simpson, did track, and a lot of guys run track and play basketball or play it can be done. Playing football as basketball, there have been several that have done it. It's extremely tough. Chuck lasted, I think, 42 minutes, I think is the story, on the football field, the first practice for Auburn, 42 minutes. And said, not doing this. And then off he went into this. I'll just continue to play basketball. I'm not going to play football. That's a true story. I think he lasted 42 minutes on the football field when he was, going to play for Auburn. And he already had a scholarship, obviously, for basketball. But that would have been something. I always thought he played. Yeah, I always thought he was going to make the team. I thought before I knew who he really was. I mean, I knew him as a basketball player, but as a football player, I did not know. I knew he tried out for the team. I thought he was on the team. He just kind of went under the radar. But no, he never lasted more than the first practice. Nope, not doing it. Not for me. Not at all.
Oh boy.
There was. I mentioned earlier today that. I'm going to pause on you one more time, Angel. I'm sorry to play this video. We have not played it yet. It is Boomer Esiason came up with an interesting. I don't know if it's a theory. Guys like him don't throw crap against the wall to see if it sticks. If you scroll down right under Chuck calls out Austin Rivers, a few down. Boomer Esiason yesterday on his morning show with Gio on WFAN. I thought had an interesting take on the NFL and Netflix.
200.
Yeah, I mean.
And Netflix has about 200 million subscribers worldwide.
Right.
And this is why I believe that Netflix, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
What I think is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
All right.
I'm going to give you one of these things. Like
one of these things?
You want to take it with a grain of salt? You can take
grain
it
of
with a grain
salt.
of salt.
Spot. Here we go.
Do not be surprised if the NFL and Netflix get in bed for a nice little Christmas Day football games.
Wow.
I would not be surprised.
Now that, if anybody else had said that, blowhards are trying to just get clickbait or something like that, I would take it with a grain of salt. But coming from him, that sounded like he knows something. Didn't it, Angel? I mean, that sounds like he knows something.
I think so. He's not gonna mention it, especially Boomer. He's not gonna mention it unless he knows there is something in the works. But yeah, I can't see why in the world he would want to mention it. And we, a matter of fact, I think we told you. Of course, I'm goofing on that one, but
yes.
No, but we had mentioned. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. We were just talking about that Netflix was not involved with any kind of like sports, but we did peek at something where we kind of hinted at it could be a possibility, and maybe that's why when you had mentioned yesterday with the NFL schedule being delayed, maybe Boomer knows something that there could be a hint of a Christmas Day game on Netflix because they want to know everything's going to go streaming.
Game or games, because there's a doubleheader, and my guess is they may get both of them. I would think that'd have to be a package. If I'm the NFL, you're going to take one, you're going to take two. Again, but this is the Netflix for years didn't want to get involved in sports. They had plenty of opportunity. They didn't want to take the risk. They didn't want to take the risk that Amazon did with the NFL. But all of a sudden, last year or so, year and a half, they get involved with all F1, and now they're showing that boxing match with Mike Tyson. You got to include the Tom Brady roast. That's something that I'm not sure they would have got into years ago. And here we are. But I do think there is something, and the NFL schedule normally would have been out today most years. It has been delayed for another week. And sources, and now Boomer's sort of confirming them, people that I have spoken to, I've spoken to 2 people, and I've seen 3 stories on it. The reason is because the Christmas Day doubleheader scheduling and what network it's going to be on is the holdup.
How much? If you had to throw a number up there, what do you think the amount that Netflix would have to throw up to the NFL to be able to throw both games on their network?
Well, it's 2 games. I would like to see who's playing in it first, because that could make a difference. I mean, I don't think you're going to have 4 schmuck teams playing out there that nobody wants to see, obviously. There's got to be teams that are going to draw. And it doesn't just have to be, Kansas City, Dallas, the Giants. I can't see a Jets-Washington game. I can't see that being scheduled. But as far as money, I think it's 2 games. So I don't think they treat it quite like a Super Bowl, but I would imagine a couple million for each game they'd have to pay, which is peanuts for them because they'll make that back in revenue. I don't know exactly per se how much, including what announcers are going to pay. Sponsorship won't be. I don't think sponsorship would be a problem. However, in this business, you like to do things like 4 or 5 months in advance. So the announcement will be next week. So May, you got June, July, August, September, October. You got 7 months to sell the thing, and I'm sure it'll sell out easily. And it could be very. I mean, I have Netflix, so it's not going to bother me. I have Amazon, I have Hulu, and I have Paramount Plus. I mean, I'm a nut. But I think most people have Netflix. The price does keep going up, it seems, every year. I think it's up to $19.99 now.
Yeah.
Get the commercial-free one, which I refuse to watch commercials. Of course, I'm going to get it. But I think at least a couple million, Angel. Maybe $5 million for the 2 games. I don't know. That sounds about right. $5 million for the 2 games, because I think it will be a dual. I think it'll be a package. It'll be a package deal. But Boomer does not throw that kind of crap against the wall. He knows something. I could tell, even if he didn't see it on the video, if he heard it on the app. Boomer doesn't do this. He's got that. He had that sneaky little devil smile about him that he knows something that we don't. So I'm going to take his word for it. That's not going to shock me. At least I think they're in the mix. At the very least, Netflix is in the mix for this. All right. Oh my goodness. Boy, that's going to do it. That's going to do it for this show. I want to play this for Defo because it's a little old school, a little old school for him.
Yeah, that is for him.
Oh, I love it too. I love the Doors.
Yeah.
But Angel, thanks so much. You were awesome today, as usual. You're coming up next with Defo. It's Martinez and Defo, unscripted. I'll be back tomorrow. I know Mia O'Brien is going to join us. She's one of my guests at 9:30 via video, Angel, so you can mark that down. And I'll have 1 or 2 others as well, as we break down the Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs and all things Major League Baseball, college football. Anything that's entertaining, you're going to hear about it first right here on the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naplesville Planning Studio every Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 a.m. on the Riptide Media Network. I am back at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Angel Martinez and Defo next, unscripted, here on the Riptide Media Network. See ya.
Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago, I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Ooh, yeah,
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday.
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Yeah. Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
As he says, eat, sleep, riptide, repeat, and good morning to everyone as you are listening to us live here on a Thursday morning, 10:03 here on the East Coast, 7:03 on the left coast. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Defoe DeForest. We are Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. And if you expect a script around here, well, you're sadly mistaken because that's not what we do. You can call into the show at 727-858-6650 or text the show as well at 727-858-6650. And yes, another action-packed night. And I'm pretty sure, Defoe, you were probably bouncing off the walls with so many fights that were happening in your neck of the woods last evening. Good morning, Defoe.
Angel Martinez, how are you, my friend? I love the energy level that you begin the show with here today because it was a great night, like every night is. It's been incredible. I mean, to be a sports fan, and you can't have enough television sets to keep up with all of the action. So that's been kind of cool. A wild hockey game. I saw a little glimpse of the great Pete Sheppard as he was making his exit there from the main studios of Riptide Media. And is it Riptide Media International? I think it might be.
It might be.
Riptide Media, RMI. That sounds nice. Yeah. Okay. So whatever, Riptide Media. I mean, and he's leaving the offices there. And did he need a cut man after last night? I think I saw Stitch Duran coming out of the stands at one point. That was wild. I mean, it makes you think. It's so funny, Angel, because you're all over this flopping in the NBA and. How fugazi all of these foul calls are. And, again, the officiating comes into the spotlight. Although I don't know how heavily it impacted the game, Indiana and the Knicks last night. But Rick Carlisle's comments certainly ignited. Is it really that debatable? I mean, what he said? I saw several NBA shills on these talk shows earlier saying, there's no way there's any kind of bias against the small markets. Mike Greenberg, ESPN, he was saying that. I'm like, Mike, how much money is Adam Silver filtering you and funneling into your pocket to make a statement like that? I mean, of course they're getting fucking hosed. We can see it every night. So I don't know that he was saying anything that was so unusual. But, it was wild. And then, of course, that Panther-Bruins game, and later was followed by a game that I was reading a couple of expert handicappers yesterday, and it's part of the Bury America campaign. It's a thing called Action Sports, and I get a little blip every day of something to bet on in my New York Post. I just happen to be turned to that page. And I think I've discussed this with you before, where you're reading these handicappers, and they're using sabermetrics, stuff that Bill James couldn't have ever dreamt of when he was coming up with Baseball Abstract. And it all sounds great. I mean, they had me convinced that the Pacers would cover 5 points, and that you were going to look at Edmonton all over Vancouver, a team that somehow had reverted into a little shell of itself when they were this high-flying, high-wire act earlier in the year. So it sounded great, right? I mean, what do I know about fucking hockey anyway, right? So, both losers, though. I mean, the Vancouver rallied. They were down at least a couple of goals in the game. I was watching a little bit of it. And they came back 1-5-4, and you would have had to awaken to an emptied account if you had made that wager based on this man's very, very logical. I mean, you couldn't have thought this out any better. Einstein could have composed this theory about this game, and it couldn't have come out any more brilliantly from a mathematical standpoint, and yet another loser. So very treacherous, this whole thing with gambling there. It's my friend has demented to the point now in terms of being a degenerate where he's telling me that last night he bet on a Korean player who was up 2-1 in a ping pong match. And he laid 8-1 that he would go on and win the match, which he did. So I think he bet $10 to make $1.50.
Probably so.
Think about it, though. I mean, you're betting ping pong, for God's sake. Who would have ever thought about something like that? Can you imagine? So anyway, good night of action. Was Pete Sheppard okay with that Bruins game? Because it became clear that when the Bruins were out of it, I mean, how great was that? When Tkachuk just comes flying over the boards there, and he's after Pasternak. Did you see that? I mean, you had to see this fight on some kind of a replay show where, and he is just beating the shit out of Pasternak.
Yeah.
It's rare that you see a guy land just solid Kimbo Slice-like shots like he was in the backyard somewhere in southern Dade County before he became an international name there, and really didn't have much of a career, I guess, after that, right? Kimbo Slice?
No.
Everybody was like crazed that this guy was coming into MMA or whatever. Did he fight in the UFC? I think he did.
He did. Yeah, I think that was his last go around, Defoe, before he decided to call it a career. I'm almost certain it was the UFC where he fought his last couple of bouts.
Yeah, did he lose a couple of bouts, Kimbo Slice? Because, I mean, if you saw the backyard footage, I'm sure a lot of people did, which, let's face it, I mean, it's one step away from, I don't know, what's lower on the totem pole, that or cockfighting in Hialeah? What would you think? And maybe we can get a gig doing that, I mean, someday. I'm not putting it down. If somebody's willing to pay us, Angel Martinez in Spanish and me doing the English version, I don't know, but yeah, he was in these backyard, bare knuckle brawls or whatever, fight to the finish, and he became a superstar as a result of that. But wow, I mean, yeah, it was getting a little, like you were watching the prelims on ESPN before they were trying to sell you a $100 MMA pay per view buy. Which are you into that? I mean, are you an MMA guy, a UFC guy?
I'll watch it every once in a while. I probably don't catch it as often as I should. And in all honesty, with everything else that I end up doing throughout the days and weekends and stuff.
Yeah.
But no, I enjoy it because you can't. That's something you can't fake. There's no explosive packets of ketchup that are coming out the side of your head or from your jaw or something. I mean, that's as natural as it get. I just don't, and it's just me. I just don't understand why in the world you want to get your face just looking like, I don't know, between your ears and your face looking like cauliflower and broccoli. I don't understand it, but there's a lot of money to be made. These guys are in it because they're trained athletes. And I don't know. I just think if I'm going to have a concussion, it's because I was dumb enough to hit the side of a wall somewhere doing something silly, but not deliberately get my brain punched in constantly and not remember who I am at the age of 70.
70. If you make it that far, I don't know. I'm with you. I mean, I always thought there was I'm a big boxing fan for as long as I can remember. I mean, going all the way back, we used to study the history of it even as kids. We were talking about, hey, did you see this? This Jack Johnson, he fought like 108 rounds one day in 150-degree heat in Texas, and they robbed him on the decision. We knew all about it, and there was a history to it. MMA was relatively new. And I didn't expect it to catch the level of attention that it eventually did. I mean, this Dana White's in a pretty fat position, wasn't he? How about Dana White? How does he do that every time? It's almost like being the host on The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. I guess that's Jesse Palmer now. And, where you really have to feign concern. And you'll see Dana White always at these stare downs, which, let's face it, the fighters know what the hell is going on. They're not going to beat the shit out of each other at the stare down because they don't get paid till they step into the ring. All right? They're waiting for that banknote to drop somewhere in a bank of Guam. And then they're going to get in there and duke it out. But, he always is in the middle there, right, of the stare down. Like he has to separate these guys with all of his might. And I mean, that's about as insincere a thing. I mean, sport as circus is pretty comical sometimes. And I think that's what happened in this hockey game last night. What is the O-line? Which way does it go? It was like a Rodney Dangerfield thing where he said, I went to a boxing match and a hockey game broke out. That was So, that bodes well for an entertaining and, as we say, pivotal Game 3 coming up in that series, which I don't know that I was expecting that kind of complete 180-degree reversal of form. Could that have been anticipated? And as we said, Pete Sheppard's blood pressure today had to be, the Bostonians there and the New England people, they have a chance to just divert their attention. If the Bruins bomb out, as they did last year in the first round after having a great season, they go to the Celtics, right? Angel, I mean, they're favored by 13.5. These are the NBA playoffs in the second round. Should you have massive double-digit favorites out there when there's no, I guess, you have what? The center is injured for the Cavaliers. Guy was, a decent contributor. His name escapes me right now, but he's been sitting out. He doesn't look too happy either. So is he coming back tonight, this guy? Do we know? Because 13.5 is a lot of points, isn't it, kid? Even though they just won by 25. What kind of series are we looking at there? So I think the people that are maybe a little disappointed in the Bruins last night, they were beating their chest. A couple of Boston fans I know here in town on social media, Angel. Mm-hmm. I mean, as soon as, and it's like we talk about the known kisses of death, where as soon as somebody says something, certain people, go the other way, run the other way. And there was a guy that I'm friendly with, and he's a big Boston Bruins fan. He was like, "Oh, God, you guys are so quiet down there in South Florida." And sure enough, I mean, they get bounced. That was a serious, I mean, that was a bigger spanking than Stormy Daniels administered on the Trumpster. At least according to the testimony at the trial.
Which boy. I wish I could say something about that, but I'm not, because there's so many just silly things that are going on. But no, I think last night you figure with the Panthers fans. I mean, listen, I would have thought, honestly, when it comes to the Panthers, since they poured it on in game one, maybe they would try to do, because you always want to. I don't care who you are, Defo. When you're at home series, you try your best to take 2 games before you hit the road. And I think that's what the Panthers were wanting to do, except for the Bruins decided they had a different game plan. And maybe some of it had to deal with the fight. I don't know. But I know it's been a while since we've seen that many brawls, especially when you saw them on the side. And they're both looking and leaning it to each other inside the box before they come out.
I think the owners were
go.
fighting. I don't know who the owner of the Bruins is now, but Vinny Viola was, I think, a man of, very humble, and quiet demeanor. You rarely see him, and I think they were even duking it out in the stands. They were over a lamb chop there in the Panther. I think they call it the red zone or whatever. But nonetheless, I mean that's crazy. It bodes well, though. I mean this is the NHL. Bodies are flying everywhere. Angel Martinez, it really does look like WrestleMania, doesn't it? And that's. I don't know if that's a new trend. I mean, maybe some of our hockey fans would be more well-versed in this than I would. But I don't know if that's a new trend, because I had a friend that was a very astute sports observer and handicapper. He was on the radio in South Florida for many, many years. And, he really was a pioneer in terms of having his entire show focus in on degenerate gambling angles. I mean, this guy was betting on everything. He was betting on the transaction wire. I mean, it was great.
It was.
And he was, an astute follower of the NHL and hockey, going all the way back. And he was around when, like I was, when there were only 6 teams in the league. So you pretty much knew every player and their tendencies and everything. And then, with expansion, obviously that kind of connection to the league had to thin out. But he was saying that you rarely see fights and stupid penalties in the postseason. That stuff that goes on in the regular season, they clean it up quite a bit when they get to the postseason. But that doesn't appear to be the case, not just in this series, but this year. I mean, you're looking at, a lot of banging that I don't know that you saw in the postseason so much in the past in the National Hockey League. And they let it go. I mean, the bodies are flying out the window, aren't they? And then in the NBA, they're doing this. I figured that was something you wanted to get into today, Angel Martinez, because your big complaint is that they're flopping more. What is the debate? Do they flop more in Premier League soccer or in the National Basketball Association? Which even Brunson, if you watched him again last night when he came in and ignited the Knicks to this victory, with another, what a wild closer this guy's turned out to be. 14 points in the fourth quarter, and that followed a 24-point fourth quarter in the previous game, as the Knicks, just ground down the Indiana Pacers, and maybe made you think, is there something to that cliche, Angel Martinez, that the young Pacers are getting schooled just a little bit in the key moments of the game, or are they getting robbed? That's the other question.
No, they're definitely getting robbed. Are you kidding me? I mean,
the first game, that was a robbery. Yeah, there's no doubt
was.
about it. Yeah.
But
what am I talking about?
We mentioned that if Brunson is out for the Knicks are not going to win the series. Now, coincidentally, Brunson goes out yesterday for a little bit, and we saw that with him off the floor, it was -17. With him on the floor, when he came back, it was +26. So if Brunson goes out, the Knicks are in trouble. That's all I got to say. He went out with a sore foot. So
that would make sense.
2 days. Today is Thursday. So when's the next time they play? Saturday? Because I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I should have it here, but I don't have it right in front of me.
I think it'd be
Saturday. I would say Saturday because, the T-Wolves play the Nuggets on Friday. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you have 2 games tonight.
Yeah, because you got that whole travel thing in between and blah, blah, blah. But I don't see it.
They got to stretch it out, man. I mean, these playoffs, I don't know that it's something to complain about necessarily, but it's not like they happen or transpire quickly, right? We're only in the second round, and like game 3s are coming up.
Yeah,
And,
no, but
it's almost July, so
yeah, and no, to me. It's I mean, no, and I'm not taking anything away from the Knicks. The Knicks are playing strong, the same way, no different in Indiana. But I mean, it's the only difference was what it was a 9-point win, almost a 10-point win last night. I think 10 points altogether.
nine, I think, was the final. Yeah,
but it just it gets to the point too, still with the officiating. No matter which way you look at it, with the officiating, it's still completely wrong. And originally, it was said that they were not going to complain. That Rick Carlisle was not going to say anything. And
he couldn't help himself, though.
Right. Well, because again, how much can you possibly go through in a level of frustration, knowing that they're just getting it wrong, and it still makes you wonder if they're still heavily involved and deep in the refs' pockets. But this morning we talked about it on Pete's show, and then here's Woj. He talks about that apparently during the overnight they decided to call out the refs. So here's a clip from this morning and it's from Get Up on ESPN, courtesy of Get Up from ESPN.
The Pacers took the high road after game one with those controversial calls. Obviously, they boiled over in game two. I personally, watching it, didn't feel this game was officiated that differently, but the Pacers did. And let me tell you how much they did. Carlisle said after the game that they identified 26 calls from game one that they thought went against them unfairly. And they were going to send those to the league. And they decided not to because they wanted to take the high road. Well, they're done with that. And from what I am told, through the night, the Pacers worked, and early this morning, they submitted 49 calls that they feel they were wronged about in game two. And while they were on the server, they slapped the other 29 calls from game one to submit what they feel is 78 missed calls that went against them from game one to game two. And by the way, the Knicks automatically get copied on that. So when the Knicks wake up, they're going to have 78 clips should they want to review them. Yes. And so what I think this is going on here, obviously they're trying to make a point, but my view is that the Pacers, looking at how banged up the Knicks are, they think this series is absolutely still in play, and they want to make the officiating a factor to help them going into Game 3 in Indiana.
So again, if you hear
Windhorst, man, he's all over it. Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, they're getting.
Is that common information, or was he on the phone with these guys through the night as they submitted these egregious, outrageous violations of any kind of rules of fairness? Rick Carlisle getting tossed. I mean, he got tossed for, and I saw some of that same show, and I don't know who the commentator was, some former player, but seemed to have a pretty strong opinion that the Pacers were absolutely right about this, and that Carlisle gets tossed for like clapping his hands, even though Mike Malone of the Denver Nuggets came out on the court and grabbed like an official by his shirt and picked him up in the air, told him he was full of shit, body slammed him on his knee, threw him to the ground, and they didn't even call a technical on the guy. So, I mean, for Rick Carlisle to come out and say, doesn't Rick Carlisle look like the kind of guy? I hope this hasn't been an experience that you've had frequently in your young life, Angel Martinez. Unfortunately, I've been to my share of like funerals and maybe even impending my own. But how do you feel at your own funeral? I would say you feel nothing. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Carlisle looks like the second guy that comes down from the funeral home. First one, you go ahead and then, you start to get emotional talking about what's going on in the whole ceremony and everything. And then Rick Carlisle, doesn't he look like the kind of guy that comes in to kind of calm the family down? As he's got that pasty look, and he does look like he's been gargling with embalming fluid the entire game. So for him to get to this point where, I mean, as Windhorst was saying, and I don't know, Windhorst is a real trip, isn't he? Because he made a whole career out of following LeBron James around. It's amazing, right? I mean, yeah. he discovered him. I think he was in the hospital that day when James was an embryo. And there was Windhorst going, oh, look at this 11-pound baby. Potential NBA superstar. And the guy has the good sense to start following his cat. And, I mean, he turned it into a career, didn't he? Brian Windhorst, who seems like a decent guy. But who was it? They brought in a couple of other basketball analysts that were just like, I mean, kicking Windhorst right out of the equation. He sort of made a little bit of comeback of sorts, Brian Windhorst. I don't know. Have you been following this guy through his career?
Yeah, he's been, I don't even say lucky. He was very fortunate that he grew with the legs that he's growing, and he has followed LeBron everywhere. And it makes you wonder if when LeBron decides to retire, will he still be good enough? Because that's what he's been talking about for many years. But yeah, I mean, he does a good job.
That seemed like a pretty good report that he had. I mean, if that's true, I would imagine it is something that you can verify.
He's not one of those guys who he's not going to drop something unless he knows exactly what's going on. And from what it sounded like from the conversation, as he said, that nothing was supposed to happen. I guess it happened during the overnight, or at least within the last maybe 48 hours. But I think add what happened yesterday, there's a lot of people they're frustrated. And it was talked about during the first series, during the Sixers series. It's just these officials, I don't understand what's going on. And if there is a betting element to this, and I'm quite sure it's going to end up coming out, it is not a good look, because NBA fans are just tired of all the bamboozled calls that are going on, and that Euro step is driving me absolutely bananas. But I think when it comes down to it, I just
where the guy is basically on a pogo stick from the time he gets the ball just inside his own baseline, and without taking a single dribble, somehow makes it all the way to the basket.
Right.
And they all sit in admiration. Look at that, the Euro step. I'm like, that's the most blatant travel I've seen in my lifetime. We didn't see Michael Jordan take that many steps on his way to the basket. And sure enough, I mean, no calls. It's amazing. Yeah. And some of the junk they're calling, too, is, I mean, look, do we bail out with the usual, cliched disclaimer here? There's a human element there, and they're not going to see everything correctly. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's true. But you would expect something above the level of just being a shade above being bozoic about the whole thing. I mean, you could have a bunch of clowns out there, and they could do a better job, right?
They could.
I don't know. Those rodeo clowns have a lot of balls. I mean, they could call a better game in the NBA than these guys. And Carlin makes this innocuous statement about, the small market teams get fucked. Is he that far wrong, in your opinion, Angel Martinez? No. I mean, are they not? The funniest thing, too, you think of the small market teams, and Oklahoma City would have to be considered one of them. Would you have known? I mean, you have to be sort of a diehard basketball fan to know that Sage Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren are in that commercial for what is it? What is that commercial for? Where they're getting on the team bus, I guess. Are you familiar with that one? And they don't identify who these two guys are, and you would have no idea who the fuck they are. Why? Because they play in a small market.
Yeah, well, which is funny because they consider Philly a small market as well. You wouldn't think it'd be considered a small market.
Philly's sort of major, no, isn't it? I mean, in terms of media markets, it's in the top 10, no?
It should be, but they still consider it a small market. I don't know how, because I mean, you can't.
Tulsa's a small market to me,
right? Yes, I don't know. I think Indiana, like I said, with Rick Carlisle, I think he is just beyond upset because he did meant the comment that because they are maybe a small market, that's the reason why things are happening. But I can't say enough to these refs. Somehow or another, you guys are in some sort of bet. And as I said earlier on the earlier show, it's got nothing to do with DraftKings or ESPN bets or Bleacher bets, none of that stuff. To me, it's where are you? Is there a point shape? There's something that's going on. What was it years ago, Defo, was it UNLV that was caught with the whole thing, one of the three of the athletes for point shaving? Or they told
and Boston College, of course, that's a famous case where it involved Henry Hill. Of Goodfellas fame. And they were doing a point shaving thing with Boston College, which the players still deny, I think, to this day, although Henry Hill made it sound, the real Henry Hill, who was interviewed before he checked out, which I believe he passed away a few years ago. But he was saying, I mean, what we had these guys bought and paid for. So, there's a great 30 for 30 ESPN. That was one of the best things that ESPN ever put together, the 30 for 30 series.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? Bill Simmons? Is that it? Who's the guy that started that whole thing? I believe
you are correct. Bill Simmons.
Is that yeah, you know what? The names start to blend together after a while. I wouldn't know him from Dr. J. But he was a basketball commentator there. I mean, he really rose to the top of being an announcer, even though, I mean, as it was, he was kind of glib, but he wasn't really a great announcer. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Yeah,
Kind of like, I don't know. I mean, Dennis Miller, I thought, was better as a color analyst on Monday Night Football than this Bill Simmons. It is Bill Simmons, right?
Yeah, I'm quite sure you're a percent. Yeah, I did like Dennis Miller much better.
But he was an obvious Boston fan, a huge Boston Celtic fan, so there was a big bias there. But he I mean, came up with a stroke of genius there with that 30 for 30 series that ESPN produced. I mean, many of those films are just absolutely classic and really, really well done. So we got to tip our hat to this guy, even though when he was on the air, you thought, Jesus Christ, somebody shut off his mic. That's probably what you're thinking, Angel Martinez. Somebody shut off his mic.
Not at all. No, but you know what I did like, though, Defo, that Reggie Miller came back to New York, as he said.
That was great, man.
Yeah, it was, again, he would drive you nuts when he played on the court. And for Pacer fans, obviously, they absolutely love him. But I enjoy and appreciate him so much more post the NBA, because one thing about Reggie will always tell it the way it is, no matter what, no holds barred.
He's become a very engaging personality. I don't know. I mean, he was so despised by many. And there it was, another small market bias against a small market. He's playing for the fucking Indiana Pacers. Who cares about Reggie Miller? Right? His sister, Cheryl Miller, you could have made a case, was as good or a better basketball player. Although once Reggie started hoisting those threes, funny looking shot. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a shot that you would see on, remember those baseball tapes? I don't know. Did you ever have one of those Tom Umansky baseball tapes? They were advertising, like when ESPN had no advertising on, you used to see this all the time pop up to buy this baseball instructional tape where they did everything in stages.
Yep.
Like they were robots. I mean, the kids. And you're thinking, you know what? I mean, no kid throws the ball like that. This can't be doing anybody any good. Take your kid to the park and play ball with him. I mean, don't show him this fucking thing. It's not going to do any good. But I mean, it definitely, is one of those things where this controversy will live on, and the small market teams, they get the shaft. There's no doubt about it in the NBA. There seems to be an agenda here. I don't know how much they really have to push it though. Because you would have to say that Brunson has been sensational. If you were a Knick fan, you hated him. You thought the deal was stupid. You figured he was, never going to amount to much. But what a run of games this kid's had. I mean, and the shots he's making are right out of. They used to have a series at halftime of NBA games called Vitalis 1-on-1, and it only ran for a couple of years, but it was pretty cool because you had like. The stars of the game participated in it, and then you would have like a 6-foot guard like Ernie D. Gregorio going against Bob Lanier, 6'11". And you'd see, could the big man stop the little guy who had the advantage? And so I mean, if Brunson was in that, man, I mean, is he playing some of the best park one-on-one basketball you've seen? What with these fall-away shots turning any direction? Are pretty incredible. I mean, you got to give it to him. And what is he, like 5'11" with high heels on? I'm not sure.
I believe so. I think so. But no, that's why I kept saying it. Listen, I don't want Knicks fans. I don't want New York fans to go. I do not hate the Knicks because the Knicks are playing good basketball. What I not enjoying is the refs that are out there in New York that are unfortunately calling these games. But that's why I said it. Brunson gets injured. We are looking at two complete different Knicks teams. And if that foot continues to hinder him throughout the playoffs, it's a wrap for the Knicks. They're already
he looked pretty good.
Alone.
What would they shoot him up with in the locker room? What do you think, man? I mean, did they have any behind-the-scenes cameras going on in there? Hey, listen, you guys, we got to close the curtain now. The guy's done. I mean, the report was he's probably not coming back to the game. Next thing you know, he's got 24 points in the second half.
Look at that. Look at Patrick Mahomes. I know we're talking about two different sports here, but if you look at Patrick Mahomes, it's the same thing.
Mahomes, he was limping around that game. That was unbelievable.
And then all of a sudden they juice him up, and wow, it's a miracle. How did it happen? Come on.
They put that tent over the guy for a reason. It's not so you don't see some hideous injury being treated And the crowd, and as you're eating your Cheetos and drinking beer at home, you get a little squeamish there because you're seeing like the guy's guts pouring out of his midsection. But no, I mean, and you got to love hockey players too. I mean, they get clocked and they're right back in the game. I mean, people have been talking about that forever. You'll have Giancarlo Stanton go out. He like tweaks a toenail and he's out for 21 days. And then you watch what's happening on the ice. I mean, Kachuk, didn't he just like dive off he literally came off the top rope.
He did.
I don't even think he had a stick, right?
Though, because you look at it, Diva, what other place, like in the dugouts is something completely different, but in hockey, there's only, either the announcer box in between, because on a penalty side, it's different. That's most of the time when the announcers go over. But you're both just looking over each other saying, okay, you want to go? We're going to go. And then you turn around and tell the coach, listen, I'm going. He's like, go ahead. And as soon as they climb over the wall, gloves off, and battle royale starts.
Oh, and those were solid shots that were being landed there by Kachuk. I mean, you don't usually see a hockey fight dominated like that.
Yeah.
Especially with helmets off. And, it's dangerous, too. And how about these refs that get in the middle there? I mean, imagine you talk about the difference. I mean, the tail of the tape, NHL playoffs versus NBA playoffs, right down to the officials, because the official bodies are flying. I mean, in every direction, and there are no whistles, nothing. They're letting this shit go. It's fantastic, and and the coaches love it. I mean, these guys are crazy. They're absolutely out of their minds in the National Hockey League. You know what? I mean, maybe they're drinking impure water or something. Is that possible? That I mean, look at this RFK guy. He says some amoeba ate his brain, and. You might be able to make a case for it every time he says something, but but you don't want that to happen, man. I mean, if you have the wrong kind of water in your system, that you're using in your home or business, whatever. I mean, it can tear you.
It sure can, and especially if I think what makes me laugh even more is that when you have, I don't know to this day why people do it in Philly. You had the Hess gas stations, which are now I forgot, Breezeway, Easy Way, some way.
Did you buy the Hess truck?
Oh yeah, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you had one of those, yeah.
Yeah, and it was why I don't know Hess. If you guys are listening, which I know it's not Hess anymore, but why
Leon Hess, man, he owned the Jets for a good period of time. Yeah,
that's what I heard. But why take something away? There was every year, Defoe, we all look forward to, at least the boys did, is that you go to the Hess station and you lined up and you bought the Hess truck right there from the Hess station. And then they decided, we're not doing that anymore. We're just going to head and make them online. It's not the same experience. It was the waiting.
You got to drive in there. And I had a Chevy Vega back then when I was buying Hess gasoline. It was the cheapest on the market. It was probably like 29 cents too, Angel. You can appreciate that. Hey, how old are you, DeForest? No, this goes way back. And a Chevy Vega was actually deemed by whatever the Motor Trend magazine as the car of the year.
I heard.
What they didn't tell you, though, was that the aluminum engine block was due to melt down somewhere around 28,000 miles. And the car would be, the engine would be completely useless. That would be it. And it started leaking oil. And I do remember going to the Hess station, and you wouldn't even top off your car with gasoline. You just tell the guy, hey, no, I got a full tank, but I need 2 quarts of oil. And that's how those cars were, and that was my experience. And of course, we bought so much oil there, they actually would give us one of the trucks, which was great. Why was there such a craze about those, though? Why that over other things of its type?
I don't know. Well, apparently got 4,000 more miles than the Yugo. Because you remember the Yugo at the very end when you had to buy one, get one. I thought that was the most hysterical thing.
Oh, the Yugo, yeah, that was like a plastic car or something, or it was made out of clay. And they had him going through the desert, and is trying to imply that it would be so much fun to drive this car, which I don't think that car was designed to go around the block once you got it off the showroom floor. Which they made you sign all kinds of waivers like that. You can't bring this thing back as soon as you bought one of those things.
Yeah,
it was crazy. We had a lot of stupid looking cars back then, but times have changed, and that's why it's good for people to catch up with this health trend that's going on. Take advantage of what's going on with this water purification system, which I think everybody would want. You wouldn't want your pets drinking water that had all kinds of slime in it.
No, especially with all the chemicals and everything else that's in the water treatment facilities. You don't want it to leak through and get your animals sick. That's why you have to go with the Palm Beach Water Purification Whole House Water Filter, because they are ideal if you want filtered water throughout your home, including for your showers, your bathroom sinks, and your running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed and maintained. A whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove the contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of the food in your drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allowing you to breathe easier by removing the chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top rated water guys today and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them online at pbwaterpure.com. That is pbwaterpure.com. Make sure you let them know that Deep One I send you for 10% off your initial bill. And speaking of bills, also, the show will conclude today at 11:30, because if I don't do something in preparation for something that's coming up here at 1 o'clock, someone will send me a water bill that'll be out late, will be just out ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got a loan shark coming to the house? What's happening? He said to meet you at 11:30 in the graveyard.
No, I have. So after 1 o'clock, I have Coach E.J. Burt, the head coach for the Orlando Predators. But there was something I forgot to kind of... Yeah, I forgot to
tell him in the interview was in Spanish?
Yes. I'll catch him by surprise.
That happened to me with Roberto Duran. I'll tell that story when we come back here. But the English-Spanish thing has always plagued me. You're lucky you're fluent in both, Angel. I think it's it's a gift that you're obviously going to be able to capitalize on. But like I said, that's the one thing. May she rest in peace. I loved her. She was unbelievable. A great lady. Drove me into all my Little League games. Drove me to work when I was late, when I was vending at Shea Stadium. But my mother, she told me to take French. And it was a giant mistake. Angel Martinez. All right, we're coming back, right? We have much to do. And yeah, I've had this experience that you're about to get into with the head coach. So we'll get into a lot of different things here in what will be the next hour of the program.
It sure will be. Don't forget, you guys can call or text the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650.
Where are the boys today? Yeah, I mean, the usual suspects. I mean, I always love when they weigh in on the program.
Maybe they might be into something here, because Jerry from Rhode Island, I'm trying to think, he did send a message earlier today, but obviously that was with Pete this morning. Yeah, because there was an
I hope he didn't have to go to a funeral. I mean, that's you might run into Rick Carlisle as the guy that comes in and calms everybody down. Don't worry, people. I know it's an emotional time, right? And that's the guy. That's the cooler, right? That's the Asian blackjack dealer that comes in. Hey, it's Fu from Cambodia. And hands you the bill at the same time after he's gotten you to the point where you're over the tears. He's got tissues there. It's almost like going to one of those shows back in the day with Baker and Company, right?
Right. Now, here's something before we go into the break, which I find kind of fascinating. Which I didn't even know they can end up doing this. From NBC Sports Philadelphia, which is NBC 10.
Yeah.
At just 14, Kavan Sullivan signs historic deal with the Philly Union that could lead to European stardom. 14 years old.
This kid's 14, man, and he already signed a pro contract?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, they're robbing the cradle there in soccer. That's pretty. That shows you how simple of a game it is that any 14-year-old could play with, like Messi.
It could be.
You're not seeing some 14-year-old unless it was Danny Almonte pitching in AAA. I mean, that's not happening. So, or even, I imagine there are some golf prodigies that are out there that, probably could. I don't know. Could they make a showing? No, we haven't seen that ever. No. This is ridiculous. This game. I would imagine you're a big soccer fan. We better sell some stuff first, but we'll come back, right? All right. Sounds good.
All right, we'll be right back.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick, and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You ask and you just receive. Welcome back. It is Martinez and Defo, Angel Martinez with Jeff Defo DeForest here live from Miami and Tampa, the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game, as Gas Pump Guy says, I'm just here. I'm just enjoying the great conversation you guys are having, and we appreciate everyone who tunes in that hangs around after Pete Sheppard with us here from 10 to 12, the mid-morning shows. And then this afternoon, today is Thursday, I believe. It could be once again Toby Schumann with the MLB Dugout. So
is Gas Pump Guy actually pumping gas somewhere? Which was, a great service back in the day. You had to decide whether, self-pumping, came into existence, but it was still like divided. If you wanted some guy to come and do the windshield and everything, check the oil, they would actually do all that at a gas station. It was great.
Well, Jersey still has it. And
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know if,
that's right. You can't do it yourself in New Jersey. Why is
yeah,
that? Who got paid off under the table to keep that going?
I have no idea, but I just think it's kind of silly. I remember years ago, many years ago. So Jersey, I know you guys have been doing a lot of better things, but there was some stations when credit cards first started coming around.
Yeah.
Because you would always see the guys with a wad of cash. Like if you asked for 20, you were getting 20. All you had to do is look back at the pump. There it is, $20. You got it.
Yeah.
And then they started doing the credit card swap kind of deal. And so one day you'd come to the pumps and you ask for, I don't know, let's say $15. And you might get $10 worth, but the next time you come back to the pump, all of a sudden you got $20 worth, but you only paid for $5. So it was a weird thing that they had going on. It eventually got caught up with them because they were spreading it from
A scam in New Jersey? Surprising.
not at all.
Or is this Philadelphia you were talking about?
No, because Philly, you have to
Yeah.
pump yourself. Yeah. There's
Oh,
no-
okay. Yeah, no, it's always interesting, but yeah, it wouldn't be surprising that somehow labor had won out in the state of New Jersey, and that some union official had greased several politicians with satchels full of cash while sitting outside the Boardwalk Convention Center. Have you been there? Have you ever been to the Boardwalk Convention Center? I've called some fights there.
Oh,
at
yeah.
the Boardwalk Convention Center. That is a great old relic of a boxing institution there, where I believe at the concession stands, I think I came across this. You could buy one of those little slides like you used to get in biology class, the glass slides.
Right.
And you could get a drop of Arturo Gani's blood at the concession stands there because he had spilled so much of it at the Atlantic City Convention Center, which was home to some very famous fights also, none of which I was involved in the broadcast of, but I probably saw there the worst defense of a heavyweight championship ever by, you remember this guy, Shannon the Cannon Briggs?
Yeah.
Shannon Briggs. He actually surfaced in a couple of movies. The guy's got an amazing body, Shannon Briggs, and he looks like somebody that should be, if he was going to become what he did, I think he might have held a heavyweight title at 2 different times, although one of those was a real fringe, like the World Boxing Organization title. Do we recognize that as an official? I guess it's been around for a while. How many boxing organizations are you willing to recognize? So before you say, what the fuck? Who's the real champion here?
And then next to none.
Yeah. But Briggs had been in a big argument with his promoter and his manager before I happened to have, I was walking with one of the promoters of the fight. And I heard Briggs on the phone with his manager. I mean, this guy's just cursing him out, telling him he's not going to fight, whatever. And sure enough, we get there, and I don't think he threw a punch in the entire title defense. And then he claimed he got robbed. He was like Rick Carlisle. I mean, but the worst. I mean, they always say you got to, take the title from a champion, but that was the worst defense. But always a good time there, Atlantic City, New Jersey. It's one of my favorite. Believe it or not, getaways, Angel Martinez. I don't know if you don't gamble and drink.
No, but you know what?
I guess you could eat saltwater taffy and suck down a couple of slices of pizza.
No, but I didn't. The fun part though with Defoe was walking in through, because I would go down there every summer. As kids, that's when they used to have, of course, meter parking, and you would park in between the casinos. Now, of course, you don't have it anymore. You have the parking garages. But now the best time was.
I don't think you would want to leave a car in the streets there.
Now you bring them in a parking garage, but the parking garages aren't getting any better either. But not, it was nice because I would park at Caesars and walk through Caesars because you hear all the bells going off and people gambling and stuff.
Yeah,
it's a great feeling. And then the boardwalk, I know there's boardwalks in different places here on the East Coast. There might be even some on the left coast. There is no better boardwalk than the Atlantic City boardwalk.
Yes, it's great. Yeah, you could see like Bernard Hopkins with a sweatshirt with a hood on it running down the boardwalk as the sun is coming up, and seagulls the size of basketballs. You ever see the birds there?
Yeah.
What the fuck? They must swoop in like, I don't know if you remember this old monster movie. Rodan was like a giant bird back in the day when it was always fighting like Godzilla, maybe even a little King Kong. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, they look like this giant bird that just swoops down, and they don't care. You can have a full giant cheesesteak from, what is it called? The place there. There's a famous sub shop. White's, I think it is. White's is, I believe that's it. And you can have one of those, which any guy went, like if you're coming to Atlantic City, somebody, White House, I think it's called. Is it White House? No, it's something along those lines. But anyway, yeah, look it up. Famous sub shops in Atlantic City, and the bird will come and swoop down and just grab the whole thing.
Yep.
Leave you nothing. Like you're there. Like I got a little, butt end of the bread from the sandwich. And this bird's flying away like with a face full of pastrami. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's the only time you ever fight with a bird. But I think the better part was, as the years have gone by, of course, then the shops changed and everything else. I remember this one lady that she's a tarot card reader, and she goes, "Would you like me to tell you your future?" And I said, "For how much?" She said, "For $10." I said, "Well, how about I read your future for free? You're going to be doing the same thing you're doing today, tomorrow." And I walked away, and she.
Oh wow! No, you can't insult a gypsy. There's something wrong. Angel, have you felt any elements at different times? Like there was a dark cloud hovering? No, you can't. You've got everything in front of you, and going to get married to a lovely young lady who's dedicated. You both are to making it big in this business. Yeah, I think you're very fortunate to not experienced it. But the curse of a gypsy is nothing to mess with, my friend. Nothing to mess with. Yeah, no, you can't insult a gypsy. That's not a good move. Although, I mean, if you're in Italy, you're going to be, just absolutely overloaded with requests from various gypsies, and I mean, in like wavering, waves of patheticness, and and they're all full of shit. It turns out, like they're driving off in Mercedes. The old joke, like you see the guy on the corner there. And I'm very sympathetic to people that are on. Look, I mean, we've all been on the balls of our ass at different times, no? Where you're like, man, how am I going to do this? So, very sympathetic to that. But yeah, I don't mess with gypsies. I try not to. You want to, keep them at bay with the jab. No, I don't have time to talk here. I have leprosy. I mean, just leave me alone. Yeah.
No, but the problem is because it was. I didn't mind if it's one. Like when there was one lady that everybody knew. I want to say she was on the boardwalk strip for at least about 10 years.
Yeah.
Never but she never approached you. She was right in the doorway, and I think she had enough frequent.
And they
customers.
got the massage people, the Asian massage people
Yeah.
that want you to come in there, and then they got like the fish in a bowl.
Right.
They're going to nibble on your feet. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm not paying for that. You got to be kidding me. Like, who even stops and considers this? Nobody. I mean, you're amazed that people actually would do it.
No, it's now the thought kind of kills me here, but no, it was just because there was at one point there was like 7 of them in a row.
Yes.
And then it was like they were playing leapfrog because it would chase you. And like, let me get your reading. And again, I don't mind. You can hustle and do whatever you want to. And I have no problem with that. God bless you. But not to the point where it becomes that you have to chase me down.
Don't
to
become a
ask
nuisance.
Me.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's no need for it. Not in my book, at least.
Yeah. No, all the empathy and sympathy in the world there. It's hard to walk by somebody that's, as I say, down on their luck and blow by them. But then, you have other considerations now. Since like COVID, all of a sudden, do you really want to roll your window down on the street corner?
Nope.
And some guy that who knows what the heck he's got at this point, unfortunately, so your temptation is to just roll by and then chuck a buck out the window or whatever you got to do. No, it's great. I love the boardwalk there. I really do. I always have. Had a lot of great experiences in Atlantic City and some that weren't so positive. But for the most part, it's been a really good place for me. And a lot of people would say it's a shithole that nobody would want to go there. Like, why on earth would you ever want to venture to Atlantic City? But I find it kind of mellow. And from down here in South Florida, 2.5 hours on a plane, a lot better than the 5 and a hook maybe it takes to get to Las Vegas. And Las Vegas can be really overwhelming. I mean, just crossing the street is an episode in Las Vegas now where you got to go up a ramp, you got to take an elevator up, or some kind of escalator that is on an incline like the Skyway Bridge. And you're thinking, wow, really? How high up is the crossover? What are they making way for? Like sailboats under the street here? And so as much fun as it is, because there's always something happening and there's a big drift of people that you can watch. Atlantic City is kind of like a poor man's paradise by comparison.
Yeah. Plus, you have the skunk weed out there in Vegas, where I think you only get a break between 5 and 6 in the morning from the skunk weed. It's so bad. If you
I don't mind that. That's I find that to be a favorable aspect.
Yeah, but but the natural stuff though, Defo. Like if if you smoke the natural stuff, there's a big difference between the natural one than the one that people are now just put all kinds of crap in there because after a while,
vaping. See, I'm not a big vapor. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, well, that's what in Vegas it seems like that's what they mix it up with because you cannot walk down. And by the way, the folks on LinkedIn, don't forget you guys can come over and check us out over at broadstsouth.com as you guys are about to end here in 3 seconds. But getting back to
I love the way you get that in, man.
I try.
You were the go-to guy in the final seconds of an NBA basketball game. You are Jalen Brunson right now. The way that you got that in there, I mean, there's a prohibitive amount of time left. Not even enough. You're doing every mathematical permutation. You're trying to figure out how your team can win. And somehow this guy gets one off inside of 0.3 of a second because is the guy that's running a clock, is he also bought by the New York Knicks organization?
Hopefully not, because if he is...
Carlisle complains, man, and your man, Mike Greenberg's condemning him, saying, well, no, I mean... Obviously, there's no bias in the NBA, and you're thinking, well, what? I mean, you were mentioning, what is this guy smoking that he doesn't see how obvious this is? This absolute con job that's going on in that series. And, I mean, the nerve of these guys to pull this off after they did it in the previous series.
Yep.
Where they fucked the Philadelphia 76ers, essentially.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't get it. How in the world they allow
it's
it to
great.
happen?
I mean, it's a great storyline to follow, for sure.
Well... Listen, my thing is that I wish Adam Silver's got to come out and say something. If he doesn't, you can't.
Where is Adam Silver? I mean, is he even
know.
in the country? Do we know? What is he scouting new sneaker factory locations in China?
Maybe he's with the guys who
the
live
government
golf
over there.
I don't know. He's
is he
doing
playing
something.
in the PGA? Is he coming up in a couple of weeks? Going to try and challenge McIlroy and the boys? Not sure. We haven't seen him there. There's an all points bulletin out. Hey, Adam Silver, you here?
Yeah, no one's seen him.
He's not in my house. Have you seen him, Angel?
Nope, not at all. I don't, and that's I think so long as because he hasn't. And if anybody's listening in or watching the show here, I don't think even from the first round anyone has spotted him anywhere. I mean, Roger Goodell, at least guaranteed he's going to pop up at a stadium somewhere. But
and
this
tell
guy,
you everything is fine. Yeah, which is all Adam Silver's going to do. I even think Stormy Daniels, in her testimony today in the Trump hush money trial, might mention that she thinks there's a New York bias favoring the Knicks on behalf of the NBA.
Could be.
And they won't even ask her a question on cross-examination. They'll realize that she's absolutely right about that, that you don't have to pick up the Inquirer to see what's going on with this thing. It's unbelievable. All right, so we're bailing out at 11:30. We better get some more stuff in here, Angel Martinez. No, we want to make sure we take care of all of our loyal sponsors here on the program. And this would be our last chance then today to talk about this Palm Beach water filtration system, which, wow, I mean, purify your life. This isn't just about a glass of water. We're talking about the benefits of this thing. It does virtually everything in terms of cleansing your entire system, including your mind.
It does. It definitely does.
You thought there was more? I mean, come on.
No, it does. Maybe the refs need to take a little swash from this stuff as well.
Well, they're swishing something, man. They're gonna be like downing straight shots of tequila, to have the balls to make these calls and non-calls in the game.
Yeah, it's something. That's for daggone sure. But it's, you never know. It is the Palm Beach water purification whole house water filters are ideal if you want filtered water throughout your home, including for your showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed to maintain. Now, for those who think if you hook up your sprinkler system to this and you're giving your water some different type of filtration, no, this is for the inside of your home. So a whole house filter water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and your plants, give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allow you to breathe easier by removing the chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top-rated water guys today and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. Don't forget to mention Defo and I sent you, and you can get 10% off your installation.
Well done, Angel Martinez. I am convinced that this is the way to go, and hopefully our viewers and listeners are. I was getting some horrible warnings coming up on my computer about video quality bailing out due to low bandwidth or something. Can you still see me, Angel Martinez, or am I coming in?
I sure can, and I can hear you.
Like with that kaleidoscopic thing that goes on when the video is starting to get very, very sparse and spacey. All right, good. Well, we'll come back and take it down the stretch here because you have this thing going. Orlando Predators head coach his name is
E.J. Burt.
E.J. Burt. And what's his background, this guy? What was he in the NFL or player? Is Jim Burt's son? What's the story?
He was well, he's been the assistant coach on a team. Well, he was at least for 5 years the assistant coach and was promoted to head coach because the outstanding job he was doing with the National Arena League.
Oh, great.
And the owner, John Cheney, and then Sean Knapp both believe that he can be the man who's going to take the Predators from the NAL over to the AFL and bring home a championship. Last game, not so much, but I still believe that he's going to do a fine job. But no, he just, I believe also was part of the original AFL from years ago.
Okay.
And just doing a fantastic job. I mean, he's very loved in the community, very well received in the community as well, and just a great connection with the guys on the field. And that's everybody knows if you want a head coach that's going to come in and make a difference, you have to start with believing in your head coach before you put the team together. And he's done a phenomenal job so far early on in the season. Only 8 games. Well, now 7 because they were supposed to travel to
they had to
Louisiana
scratch a game. Yeah. I mean, so is this the actual Arena Football League, or you said NAL? Which?
No, this is the actual Arena Football League. So
okay, cool.
The year before they were with the National Arena League.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Because I mean, I hate to think it, but as we said, I mean, some of these things are, not exactly on solid ground. When they start out, and we're wishing you all the best with this whole endeavor there. But so that's like a coaches show that you're doing. I mean, because I've done a zillion coaches shows with a variety of different guys, very interesting people, and it sounds like this guy would be a good guy to do a show with because he sounds like somebody that maybe is outgoing and talkative and.
Yep.
Isn't going to sit there and just give you like one-word answers, even though it's like the Don Shula show. Shula was good, though. No, Shula was very eloquent. He was. And most of these guys could talk. Jimmy Johnson, fantastic. Howard Schnellenberger did shows with him. A great Dennis Erickson, one of my favorites, even though he was kind of, not one of these guys that was as outgoing a persona as some of the other coaches that preceded him. Butch Davis, a great talker, Butch Davis. So I wish you all the best with this thing. All right, we're going to come back then and take it down the stretch. A lot to talk about, including, I don't know where you stand on this, but I don't know that any controversy was started, but you did have Nikola Jokic get his 3rd MVP in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you wanted to make a case for other people, but I'm sure there are people around the country that might want to do just that, although it's hard to argue with Jokic. I mean, if you give him the award, are you making a giant mistake? I don't know that it would be fair to say that. All right, we'll come back and get into all of this stuff. Angel Martinez. And in just a few minutes, right?
Yep. Just about in 4 minutes. Don't forget, you guys can still call in or text into the show, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. You're listening to Martinez and Defo Unscripted here live on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey. Why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself
At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Once again, to Martinez and Defoe Unscripted here, live on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. And we start off everything here with some NHL news, Defoe.
Yes.
The Toronto Maple Leafs had fired their head coach, Sheldon Keefe, after an early exit and only 5 seasons with the Maple Leafs.
That's a tough job there, man. I mean, you talk about a city that's all about one team. And I know they have the Blue Jays there. They have the Raptors. So they actually, I mean, you're talking 3 out of the 4 major professional sports.
Yep.
Not to exclude, I don't know, some guy, a friend of mine is so obsessed with the idea that I demean the MLS, not including it among major sports, because, I mean, it's obvious. How did Messi have like 5 assists in a game? It's a man among boys. It's LeBron in the G League. It really is. But, yeah, so Toronto's like a major sports city, you would have to say, with 3 of the 4 sports. But no team attracts the attention and or draws the scrutiny. I don't think maybe all over the North American continent, like the Toronto Maple Leafs do from their fans. Those guys are insane, and that's a tough job. And they've had a lot of guys there that would be considered very high-level coaches in the NHL. But we were talking about it yesterday. I mean, the nomadic nature of NHL coaches is beyond the scope. I mean, people get tired of it, right? In the NFL, that was always a big topic. And then they started hiring all these sharp young guys. But remember when there was a big movement afoot that, well, how come everybody on these recycled old geezers that get the head coaching jobs, and you're thinking, when is there going to be new blood? When is a team going to have the courage to do it? Then they go out and do it, and they want to fire the guy after 1 year, right? Because we don't even know here in South Florida about Mike McDaniel yet. Is he good? I don't know. I mean, what would you say? Book still to be written on his legacy as a head coach? Does he get another head coaching job if he loses this one? Adam Gase did.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all of these young geniuses, not all of them have panned out. We know that. I mean, the majority of guys fail, but you're set up for failure. What would the expectations there are for the Toronto Maple Leafs? And they haven't won shit in a long time, Angel Martinez. They may have like one of the biggest title droughts, if not the biggest, of any team in any major professional sport. Is that possible, other than teams that just have never won one? And at one time, they were, not dominant, but they were second only to the longtime dynasty of the Montreal Canadiens. The Maple Leafs were right there. But there were only 6 teams in the league. Can you imagine? 4 of them made the playoffs. You were already in the semis, like in the first round. It was great. Look what you have to go through to win this. How do you come back from that game? And just you're fresh as a daisy when the Panthers and the Bruins mix it up again. When is that? Friday night? Is that possible? It's like tomorrow night?
I believe it could be let's see.
I don't have it here. Yeah.
I think it's tomorrow night. Let me
you imagine? I mean, they're gonna mix it up again. That would be like fighting 2 guys in the same night. Boxers often boast, "Oh yeah, well I could have beat him too." When the other guy gets up in the ring there, starts yelling, "Yeah, I want you next. You're ducking me." And the guy says, "Yeah, I'll fight you right now. Come on, put some gloves on." They're jumping right back into it. I mean, you can't. When you look at it on balance, and you look at, the way they act in the NBA versus these hockey players, teeth are being splattered all over the boards, and they don't even care, man. They dive on a puck then after that, or take one off their kneecap, and then they come right back out on the ice. It was amazing, but that was a brawl for it all last night in that Bruins game. What was Pete Sheppard's position on this whole thing? Was he saying that the Bruins got jobbed in this game somehow? But they just got badly outplayed from about, the second period on. It was a complete reversal of form because they dominated the early portion of that game.
Now, Pete was enjoying it more than anything else. I think he enjoyed the fights just as much as everybody else did because it's going back to old school hockey, the way you look at it, no matter what. And no, he was excited to see the Bruins obviously take one away from the Panthers and head back to Boston, at least with the tied up series rather than going 2 games down to none. No, he was pretty adamant and excited about what happened with the Bruins. Again, it didn't look like initially in the first period going into the second, maybe a couple minutes into the second, where it could have been.
That was still a game then, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. It could have been Panthers. It could have been a Panthers night because that's what you want. You want to take both games at home. But
that goal right at the end of the second period was a killer diller.
Yeah,
because it wasn't as if Boston had like zero pressure, and then some analyst was saying that they lost their discipline. Well, yeah, I mean, they stopped just short of throwing a chair and hitting a guy over the head with it. What discipline?
Exactly.
They were swinging sticks at each other like, they're Russell Crowe in the Gladiator movie. I mean, it was unbelievable what was going on there. So, that was a lot of fun. And the Knicks Pacers has been entertaining because you're wondering if the Pacers, as an upstart, can somehow upset the apple cart and beat the Knicks, who were favored in the series. And I don't know. This will be interesting to see if the tide completely changes when Indiana has the home court. In the NBA, you'll see that sometimes. We saw that in the Orlando Cavaliers series, where no visiting team ever won. They went the distance with the home team holding up in all 7 games, including the final one. So this could be one of those series like that. I don't know what chance. I mean, based on what you've seen so far, what chance do you give the Knicks of upsetting the Boston Celtics if that eventuality takes place?
I would say Boston still has the advantage as long as they play all the games in Boston. But I think it'll be. I they're not evenly matched up. Boston definitely has a better bench than the Knicks have, but then
Knicks
the Knicks
have zero
Kruger.
bench, man. They got like 1 point off the bench, I think, in this game.
Yep. So,
And that was by Thibodeau. I think he went out there, stooped over like he is, looking like a schlep, looking like some bag lady, and he sunk a free throw on a technical. But they don't have much of a bench. I mean, that's a huge differential in the series. The Indiana Pacers literally can make the pace with all of the people that they can bring onto the court that do contribute.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is it that they have a bunch of, are they like Georgetown under John Thompson, where they just have a bunch of interchangeable parts? Everybody's 6'7", 148 pounds, and they all look like David Wingate? Or is it that they actually have like a lot of guys who can play? And I dig their style. I mean, I'm sure fans appreciate it. Both of these games have gone over. A.J. Johnson, no doubt aware of that. And, it's entertaining basketball. You would think that, seeing games played at that pace would lend themselves to being far more entertaining than watching some drudgery in a 3-point shooting contest where both teams are shooting like 30%.
Yeah. No, I think Pacers know they have to, at home, they have to take both games. No matter what, you have to take both. You have no other choice but to take both.
That's it, yeah. Otherwise, you're stacked up against it, no doubt.
Yep.
Pivotal games coming up is what you're saying, Angel. Pivotal.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially even tonight.
These are pivotal games. A couple of other things. So what did you think about, if you give the MVP to Nikola Jokic, if you gave it to him every year, if he had a similar year statistically, I don't know. I mean, people argue this all the time. It's been a long time sports talk debate about what should the criteria be to be the most valuable player. And what was funny last night, I don't know if you were watching this when they made the presentation of Jokic, and they actually had him on the TBS or TNT pregame show, which I'm a big fan of, and there's some speculation that might go away. But they were asking Shaq what he thought. And Shaq started out crying about how he was robbed of a couple of MVPs by Steve Nash, I guess, won the 2 MVPs. When Shaq, look, who would you rather? 2 guys show up at the park and they want to play on your team, Angel Martinez. You have first pick. Shaq and Steve Nash show up. Who are you taking?
Steve Nash.
You want to hold the court all night. If you want to go home and be with the wife, that's one thing. Maybe you'll have to change a diaper or two. But no, if you want to stay out there, you're taking Shaq.
I'm taking Shaq. Oh, yeah.
Of course. So who's more valuable? You have to ask yourself. A giant in the middle, no matter how much you like or dislike his game, or some guy that's running around like he's circling the wagons in some Western there. And, after about 23 seconds on the 24-second clock, he finds Dan Marley in the corner for a basket. Yeah, of course, you would rather have Shaq. So I'm thinking, would you rather have Jokic, no matter what, over Gilgeous-Alexander of Oklahoma City, who finished second? And I believe, probably got jobbed some. Denver's not the biggest market, but they were on TV a lot more, I would think, than Oklahoma City. I might be wrong about that, but that's just my guess off, viewing the thing on the surface. That you saw a lot more of the defending NBA champions with Jokic than you would have seen of the up-and-coming Oklahoma City Thunder. So did that play a role in Gilgeous-Alexander getting hosed? Or what would you say? I mean, Shaq was the one guy that was kind of vocal about how he thought that he even said to Jokic, I don't think you deserved it. I would have voted for the other guy.
Possibly, because you got to figure. I mean, I don't know when the cutoff is for. I
believe it's just regular season, maybe. Is in consideration.
Yeah, but I'm wondering though, do they actually, because it's like, these other goofy award shows where it's like you release a movie the day before the awards, and all of a sudden, which is supposed to be the year after that you're eligible for it, but somehow you win the best of everything the day before, as long as it's before the voting.
Okay.
But with Jokic, I mean, throughout the regular season, he did play well.
The guy's great, man. He averages like almost a triple-double for the season with 26 points a game.
And you figure, I mean, you're going to get burned out last year they had a short, condensed offseason from winning it all. And then you have to make your appearances. You have to go around, do all kinds of different stuff. And then you're asking the same guy to go back into a routine, go out through the entire regular season, gave it his best, and now kind of a little bit gassed out here in the playoffs. But I don't know. I don't even think, I mean, the only other one And maybe this is because it's me, but maybe Embiid, if he didn't get injured, could have made a run for it.
Yeah, should have been in consideration. People were making a case for Jalen Brunson. What would the Knicks be without him? You just very eloquently put that earlier in the show. That once he was off the court there, that was one of the things that you could have found fault with the Indiana Pacers is they didn't really cash in on that as much as they should have.
Nope.
When this guy's missing a quarter and he's the entire impetus of their offense at this stage. Even though they're getting contributions from other guys. But nonetheless, I mean, when the money's on the table there, where are they going? Jalen Brunson every time. And I mean, he's hitting these phenomenal shots. And it's nice to see the rebirth of the mid-range jumper with guys like that sometimes.
Yeah.
'Cause, that's the way I grew up playing basketball.
No, but
I would have loved to just chuck threes, but NBA three, I mean, that's almost, like a heave. For even the best of outside shooters that have some range, it's top of the key. NBA three, that's a bit of a shot, no?
It is.
Yeah.
But you figure if Brunson, let's just say if there was another, if you could make MVP without, just for the series alone, I know there's always an MVP that takes it as, as you keep going along until you make it to the NBA Finals. I get that. If there was one just for the playoffs alone, right now, my vote would be with Brunson, that he would end up getting it.
For the playoffs, yeah. He's been
for the playoffs.
Player, no doubt.
Yeah, because he's playing lights out.
Well, and so much above, anything that you would expect of any normal human being. I mean, even the guy that was the most talented or leading the team in scoring, I mean, he's accelerated down to the point where, and doing it in so-called, clutch fashion, because he's had two huge fourth quarters in games that were decided from like the midway point of the fourth quarter on. And he's coming down the court and scoring every time. So that's been pretty remarkable, no doubt. I mean, for the playoffs right now, you would have to say Jalen Brunson has been the brightest story. I guess what was it Antetokounmpo that finished third in the voting for MVP? I don't know. I mean, look, you could make a case for a lot of different guys. Anthony Edwards kind of came out of nowhere, but if you took him off the Minnesota Timberwolves roster and out of the game, I mean, the guy's doing it. Here's a cliche for you, Angel, at both ends of the court, my friend. Very tenacious, energetic defender, not a guy that's my friend who you're familiar with, the great Mike Lubitz. He's screaming every time I bring up Brunson that he doesn't play any defense. He doesn't play any defense. And that's a tremendous advantage if you're just. I don't know that Luka Doncic is out there busting his ass on defense.
No, he's not.
Oh, Luka was the other guy that was in the mix there. It was Luka, Gilgeous Alexander, and Jokic who won the thing. So, but it's hard to argue that this guy was undeserving. Plus, I mean, he does it while playing in the most unselfish of styles. Where, I mean, most guys that are the main impetus on their team or the main scoring threat and guy that are being asked to carry the team offensively, they're much more assertive about their own statistical, presence in the game than Jokic is. Jokic seems like he doesn't even give a shit, and all of a sudden he's got like 30 points, 15 rebounds, and he's dealt off 12 assists, and he's doing it while it seems like he's almost reluctant to be the main guy in the Denver Nuggets offense.
Yeah, it's again, you got a lot of these guys we see. Even so, Embiid during the playoff series, I would say this year more than last, played a lot of defense for sure during the playoff series this year. Last year it seemed like he ended up giving up, but we half the time we know with these games during the regular season, no one plays defense. When have we ever seen games get up to 135, 138, 140 points? Never, because it was offensive games. We didn't start seeing 100-point games until maybe 10 years ago, if that.
It was boring though as hell. I mean, if you remember the early 90s and those Knicks Heat series, oh my God.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, what a brick fest this is. I mean, even the Jordan, when you watched, the Jordan series, I mean, look at the scores of those games in the championship round. Like 86, 78. This is with Jordan out there doing things that made him so legendary that they're still arguing whether or not he's better than LeBron James, which is pretty incredible. So, and you could make a case for both. But, the scoring differential is it's like 50 points different.
Yep, it is.
For each team.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is. But I mean, well, if you go back to the All-Star game too, that was just an absolute joke. I mean, that was what, 220 to 219?
That always is, yeah. That's an annuity every year. Take the over in the All-Star game, NBA. No matter what, they'll put up 500 points next time, and go ahead and take the over. They'll eclipse the record. It's like betting on the Kentucky Derby to eclipse the previous record for handle, which is further testament, Angel Martinez, to the notion that everybody is betting their brains out. You believe my friend, man? He's betting on a Korean ping pong player just to pass the time in the middle of the night. Yeah, I mean, he's getting down on some Korean ping pong player, and he's already up to 2 sets to 1 or whatever, 2 games to 1 in a best of 5.
I did see some weird. Maybe I'll find it and bring
what
it
is
up.
He doing watching it, much less betting on it?
I think nobody, probably next to no one. But there was a thing we're watching through. Debbie and I were sitting here in the studio last night. Was it looked like a combination of table tennis and volleyball with soccer, like all in between, because it's played on a curved ping pong type table.
Oh yeah, can you bet on it? I mean, was there action? Are they giving you lines like this guy's minus 120 right now? He's up 7-3 and he's serving.
It'd be good, but when we saw the highlight of the video, it was a packed place. I mean, it looked like it held about 10,000 folks, and there was probably about 10,000 people in there. They're coming up with all kinds of strange games, and people are taking a major liking to it. And this is one of those. So it looked just like it looked just like a volleyball played on a table tennis court, but kicked around like a soccer ball.
I haven't seen this, man. But be thinking about our future with cockfighting from Hialeah, Angel.
There you go.
Start thinking about how we can format that. All right, I know you got to run, man. I mean, good luck with the coach here. That's coming up. Now, is that going to go live on 106 point whatever?
102.9?
102.9. Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
I was only a few dials up there. I'm getting classical music while you're talking to the coach of the Predators.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be live on the air? Wow.
It probably is going to be possibly live on the air. I have to talk to Coach about it. What I was trying to do is have him on with us today.
Oh, yeah?
A couple days ago, but the time constraint that he had, unfortunately, he only was available at 1:00 today.
Okay, all right, well, that's cool. You got to capitulate to the schedule of the coach, especially the head coach. I mean, you think I was going to tell Don Shula, hey, Don, look, I got to be done by 9:00. You can't make it out there.
Exactly.
I just skip the cup of coffee and the massage here and come on out and do my interview. I need 3 questions. That's it.
That's it.
Not happening, right?
Yeah,
Shula says he'll be out there at 1:00. You better be ready to roll right then. I mean, never mind taking 20 minutes pissing around trying to set up a microphone. You got to be ready to roll. So, all right, kiddo. Always a pleasure, my friend. I went by very quickly. Shot by like a flash today. So, we'll do it again tomorrow, right?
Yep, for sure, definitely. Okay. And as I appreciate it, as always,
AJ on the night is AJ. I got to get his picks.
He will be on tonight from 6 to 9 p.m. I believe Toby Schumann should be on right after us at 12:00 from 12 to 1 with MLB Dugout. So it should be Toby Schulman. And then from 4 to 6, it is Coach Gene with Talk Spicy, 4 to 6 p.m. And then tonight, Bleacher Brothers from 6 to 9 p.m. Don't forget, if you guys want to place your bets, Bleacher Bet at bleacherbrothers.com. Visit bleacherbrothers.com and place your bet. Yeah.
It's a monster.
It is.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it literally is unbelievable, right? I mean, like I said, I've known all kinds of handicappers that I have great respect for. I've never seen a guy on a run like this.
Me either.
It's fantastic. I mean, how the Riptide Media should go public right away and people would be buying shares like there was no tomorrow.
They should.
Just to get the private number, the cell phone number of one A.J. Johnson. The man is on fire. All right, Angel, you have a great one, man. Always a pleasure being with you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. And the rest of everyone here, we hope that you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Don't forget to take care of one another, take care of each other more importantly. And we will see you right back here again, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Martinez and Defo Unscripted. Enjoy the rest of your morning. And, ciao for now.